Hey, 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 chat. Guess who? We're back again. What's up, Silver King? How you doing, dude? Good morning. So today... Today is the day, people. What's up, Kyle? What's up, Chip? What's up, Landon, Doss, Baynor? And what is up, Agala Works? How you guys doing, brothers? Battle brothers, welcome to the stream once again. May the Emperor bless us this day, for we will need all the power we can manage to stream for another 16 hours. In this chair. In this very comfortable chair. If my voice breaks, so be it. Hi from Germany. Hello there. Hello from Germany. How are you? You guys like my Marine Malevolent? Just fine. You? I did pretty well. Doing pretty well, guys. We got an okay sleep, but... Oh, hello from Texas, the Solid Marines Malevolent. Thank you, brother. You know, I was thinking, like, what's the best helmet? I think the Humpty Dumpty helmet just, like, fits these guys the most. It has, like, because, you know, Marines Malevolent, to me, they always have, like, the aura of Zurg from Toy Story, so I feel like this captures that the most. And we could take, like, a Head Taker helmet, but this makes us look like a Space Wolf. I think there's one thing we could do to this, though. Just put like a black trim on the top. I also need to change the shield a little bit. Make it yellow. Or actually, we can make it like a black shield and then put the yellow underneath. It's like a complementary color. There we go. See, that contrasts a little bit better. For those of you who are unaware, oh my god, excuse me, I just woke up, guys. For those of you who are unaware, this is all I ever did in Red Dead Online, is I would sit in the outfit crafter and make cowboy outfits, because, like, that was my chosen autism. And now I just do it in this game. Hold on, let's see this one. This is actually what sold me on this game. And all you guys think, like, oh wow, you love the combat in Space Marine 2? I do love the combat in Space Marine 2, but I like the combat because it's my cool guy doing cool things in game. With my cool outfit. I need to actually do some Siege today. Laser Gaming Views, thank you for the raid, brother. Thank you for the raid. Hey man, have an epic stream, and thanks again. No problem, dude. Yeah, don't worry about it. I barely pay attention to my chat. It's that late or something like that anyways. I totally get you. Especially for drops, man. Just tiring. Sitting in a chair for like, you know, you'd think that sitting in a chair for like 10 hours would be like more chill than it actually is sometimes, but that goes. More of a monotonous experience, really. Okay, that's I think this Marine's malevolent. Facts, yeah. Certainly is something. All right, guys. So Armorine's Malevolence looking pretty banger. Well, I assume you're going to sleep, dude. May you also have an incredible rest because you were going for a long ass time. What's the best hard strat to spam today for the cape grind, guys? The decapitation custom strat. But that is still not patched. I mean, I'll check if it's patched. I'll check right now. Because I need to do this build anyways. Because we're using the new... So this weapon here got buffed recently. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Later, guys. Take it easy, dude. Thanks again, man. I got a message that said rewards deactivated or some such. The drops campaign's still going. This drops campaign is going all the way to June 11th. I know so on the official Discord for Space Marine 2, they lied to everybody. They said that the drops campaign only worked for like, they said it was only good to the... That is not true at all. That is not true at all. Oh, he thinks he means on the custom strats? Oh, well, maybe they didn't. Maybe they do, maybe they didn't. We'll see. I'll try it right now. Because I need to do this one anyways, so... But yeah, either way, on the drops campaign, guys, this one's going to June 11th, so it's actually a very long campaign. I think the reason for that is they want, like, the influx of the new players to come in, because the game is on sale right now on all platforms. And I'm pretty sure Dark Tide is also coming out pretty soon here. Let's see, debuffs. Tsunami. Coordinated calls. This is my favorite setup here, is like Tsunami. Like if you just want like a little bit more challenge in your, I say a little bit, but if you want like a bit more challenge in your game, and not like have it completely break the general balance of the game, I would just take like coordinated calls, Tsunami, and where's the other one? Summoner. You take extreme challenge if you want, but this one gets a little excessive sometimes. And for buffs, you can always just put on deep pockets if you're worried about ammo, because that solves a lot of that. Oh my god, excuse me. Thanks for the broken bulwark skill video. It really helped me complete the weekly. Yeah, dude, that's a weapon to surpass Metal Gear in this game. The new single one-handed bolt carbine decent? I don't think it's that good, personally. It's okay.
We have lost contact with the Mechanicus facility in the Kadaku swamps. Nozick's research is still inside. Long-range auspex reveals a significant Tyranid presence converging on the site. Mind your footing, brothers. The swamp forgives nothing.
Okay. How do you link your pros account? Go to the pros website and go to your account details, because the Twitch link's not working for whatever reason.
We must be vigilant against the
I'll send you a page not found. my god. Wow, actually just wall ups in the front. I'm restarting that, dude. I just let that happen. I just walk. I wasn't expecting them to go fucking crazy the first 2 seconds of my mission. I just woke up. Give you a goddamn break. I'm so hyped about Dark Tide's Qatari class. Me too, man. I am so gassed for that. I cannot wait. I mean, Dark Tide's what got me to play this game in the first place. I was already a big fan of Vermintide when it came out. I'll do that again. Did I even take the right build here? Let's check. Pretty sure I did. Yeah, this is the best one. Guys allergic to sleep? Yeah. Do you think we'll have a new class for Space Marine 2 in year 3? Almost certainly. So, like, there were some leaked voice lines in the Siege mode for a Chaplain anyways. Like, maybe they're going to add a Chaplain summon, but either way, Chaplain was what they talked about previously. They want a Greatsword in the game. Well, they said that they're going to do a new melee weapon, they want a Greatsword anyway, so, like, just this year is also an option. But yeah, they're going to do a new class. They will do a new class in the game. Chaos spawns locked in, they certainly did. Yeah, then making a new class in year 3 just makes too much sense to, like, not do. I mean, Tech Marine was still the biggest patch all year. Like, Tech Marine was significantly bigger in this patch. This one might get bigger because it was a Warhammer Skulls event, but... yeah, Tech Marine might be like, I don't know, Tech Marine might be a one-of-a-kind patch for this game, just because that patch captured... that's when they dropped all the players on... so they put the game onto the Xbox Game Pass during that patch, on top of the PSN Plus, on top of having the game go on sale, and having like a bajillion teases for the class all on the way. So I don't think we're going to see a patch that big again for a while. I don't even know if an anniversary patch would be as big. But a Chaplain class would be the one to do it. A lot of fucking Zangors, man. What's up, FTG? We're just playing kind of a toxic hard strat right now. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't take the Neo Volkite on this. Maybe I should just take maybe I should just take Plasma. Maybe I should try the new Firepower Plasma. The Volkite health recovery is still a little low. I think that weapon's definitely better on the Neo Volkite's better on the Tech Marine and Vanguard because they have primary options to get HP back. Chaplain or Librarian, please. They said there's gonna be no Psyker powers in this game. I managed to recruit one of my friends to get into the game, even though he knew nothing about Warhammer. Well, now he's gonna know everything. No, literally everything. I would take the firepower one, I think. Rate of fire. Actually, could do rate of fire. And how overrated Dorn is, dude. He'll find out how amazing the Dark Angels are and how much of a noob scrub bird boy and Vault Angels are and how overrated Dorn is and how much of a dead game this is. It's true, dude. Space Marine 2 is the most dead game of all time. Didn't you hear them? Didn't you hear what they said, dude? Year one was a... I've heard people say the post-launch support for this game is actually bad. You heard something about it? Yeah, like the game is super dead and all these players saying... Did you watch my video talking about the players who were talking on that? Those fucking idiots that have been like crying in my comments for like a year and a half. Game is actually dead. This game sucks. It is dead. Oh, I guess there's a year two. Okay, I guess there's a year two. I guess that actually came out. Yeah, I did. Morons. Yeah, it's like... I guess there's a year 2, but the game is dead. Okay, I guess there's a year 3, but the game is dead. Oh, Tech Marine brought in like 100,000 players or so to like across all the platforms. I mean, I guess that's successful. I mean, I guess it's doing well. Oh, it has double the players of Darktide, another game that's also not exactly dead. Uh-oh. Oh, the only Horde shooter beating it is Helldivers 2? I mean, like, Helldivers 2 is basically dead. It just has more players than like every other Horde shooter. Oh, Saber said they're going to support this game for years to come. I mean, I guess. I guess it's not a dead game. It's literally, dude, I'll tell you what it is. It's fucking cope. It's all cope from just whiny fucking bitches. That's all it is. And I'm going to get vindicated every time I make fun of them. And all they can do is cope and seed. Helldivers 2 has the negative content. Dude, Helldivers 2 is a shit video game. Fuck Helldivers 2. Slop game. Absolute slop game. That game is only popular, I swear to God. That game is like more of a cry fest than an actual video game at this point. I hear more about how shit that game is and like how much the player base doesn't like the company than I hear about the actual gameplay in the fucking game. I don't really see guides come out for that game because I'm not actually convinced any of the player base actually gives a shit about that game's mechanics anymore. Darktide? No, Helldivers 2. Darktide will always have a dedicated player base. Darktide's just the kind of game that attracts players like that. I don't understand what they wanted though. Dude, people are just serial complainers. So you gotta imagine, okay, you just gotta think about it this way. What kind of a fucking person goes into a comments section for like a year and a half to complain about a game they play all the time? Like, who does that? I'll tell you who does that. The king of unemployed people. The Gojos of being unemployed. Because when there's nothing going on in your life at all, your favorite video game not getting an update for like an extra month is disastrous. Because what else are you possibly going to do in those 2 months? What could you possibly do? There's nothing else. It's just Space Marine 2. Accolades is not a shit game. It's run by a shit company. Game's fine. I mean, the game's definitely a... I don't know. It's a low skill cap, boring ass game in my opinion. The only skill cap in that game is like maybe arcing your grenades and maybe occasional dodging. There's a ton of shit just ragdolls you. Both Dark Tide, even Space Marine 2 is not that complicated, but Space Marine 2 is a much better combat system than Dark Tide, not Dark Tide, Accolades 2 does. Did you even stop streaming yesterday, man? I don't remember. Accolades 2 melee leaves a lot to be desired. I mean, it's not a very tight combat system. What's a Dark Tide? Dark Tide is another 40k horde shooter. Alright. So yesterday I got actually by a console player, and they were right about a combo, but then they were wrong about everything else, so we had to remake the entire video. We're gonna do the best combo we can here. Dude, combo, skip, and you can go all the way into the stomp before you actually run out. I'm just gonna grenade that. Oh, that sucks. I mistimed that. Almost paid for it with my life. That knockdown time is disgusting. Melee Terminators, dude, I swear to God. These guys are like 10 bajillion times worse as an enemy than the missile ones are, but the missile ones just kill more scrubs, so everybody hates those more. Oh my god. You get scrubs, me, dude. Okay, I thought I should actually just do that. What a buffoon I am. I wasn't even recording that. Okay, that's actually fine then. I need to restart that run anyways. But yeah, the melee Terminators, guys, melee Terminators are S tier threats in Space Marine 2 because they will frame trap you into Hellbrute AoEs. They will frame trap you into way more shit. The missile cannon Terminators are like only dangerous if you don't have a stagger weapon and you're getting minigun from a mile away. And that's more of an angle issue. The melee Terminators, they will hunt you around corners, blow you apart with like storm bolters from behind a Hellbrute that shoot through his ass, and then they'll also just frame trap you, stunlock you. And the only reason people think that those stupid fucking missile Terminators are actually a worse threat is because they just get shit on by them more. That's just how it goes. Damn, with Scrubby died to a missile Terminator, true. That's why I said, dude, speaking of scrubs. Speaking of Scrub, I didn't say, listen, I know, dude. I know. Because I am one. Of course I know him. He's me. He survived, took the bug perk. Yeah, well, I would have survived if I just hit the second parry on the melee Terminator. I mean, there are a million other ways to survive that, like not being stuck there, but... Yeah, I've heard this shit for ages of people saying like, oh, the missile Terminator is the hardest enemy in this game. It's just not. Not even close. Not even close to the worst Extremis. It's probably the easiest Extremis out of all of them. I mean, the Sorcerers maybe, but the Sorcerers just kind of like perma-res guys. That's pretty rough. I'm gonna go grab some coffee though, 1 second. I'm just saying, guys, when you make guides for a game of any kind, you will inevitably will. It's not to say that like dying to a missile terminator that can happen. They are dangerous. Let's be clear. Okay, melee terminators are just worse. And I think every player that plays this game for like an extended period of time in like solo or hard siege, I don't know if there is a skilled player I know in this game that does not agree the melee terminators are oppressive. They are a very oppressive enemy, and you don't really realize how oppressive they are until you understand the game mechanics more and you play more solo. But yeah, fuck melee terminators. And like, it's not to say that, you know, the missile cannon terminators aren't hard, because they are, and they can definitely fuck you up if you don't have stagger. But when, you know, I've read actual Bible's worth of code in my comment section for like damn near 2 years now, and like after a while you just hear all the same shit, or like you'll see one, so players will love to like look at one section of like a 50-minute game and be like, see that right there, that is why they're OP, they should not exist and they should be nerfed. It's like, so you just sat here for 50 minutes to like watch one guy, to watch one section of a 15-minute match. The code. Missile Terminator is only bad if the player has no awareness at all, yeah, which is most of this game's player base. Ow! Someone just like insta-fired me. I've learned immense patience doing scrubs in the game. If you saw the Reddit takes for Space Marine 2, you just like, you're like, what are we even doing? I saw a Reddit post saying this update is trash. Gee, I wonder what was their argument for the game for the update being trash. I think this update is better than Tech Marine. As like an actual like content for the overall game beyond, if you don't want to play Tech Marine, there is nothing really in the Tech Marine update besides 3 new heroics and like a couple balance changes and a new map that was pretty mid. This one has a siege mode rework, an entire customization overhaul, and bring a new boss next patch. And we have probably what I think is probably the best operation in the game, which is what I'm playing right now. It's gonna be a brutal hard strategy. Probably complaining about caves, yeah. I'm not allowed to have a real opinion on the caves though, because I do have like 5,000 hours on this game. If I say anything, the immediate response from any casual player is going to be, well, that's because you have 5,000 hours on the game and you're unemployed. There's nothing you can do about that, and you just play this game all day. So like, you don't represent any of the normal player base. Therefore, your opinion on literally anything regarding grind is worthless. That's definitely how that works. Because I've never, you know, I've never been on the other side of things ever, as you all know. I have only ever put in endless time into the video game I played. I had someone come into chat earlier the other day saying that like, oh, Halo Reach is like, we were all kids back when Halo Reach was out, so we should never have grind like that in a video game again. I'm like, yeah, because there's no one else on Earth now that's a child that would ever play a fucking video game. This guy actually just thinks that like millennials and Gen Z are the only generation that exists, and like no one else will ever have time for video games because he no longer has time because he was a kid when the Halo Reach cosmetic grind came out. That's just fucking stupid, dude. Like, that must be an adult. Like that's a thought that came from an adult human mind, okay? Allegedly. So. Nah, bro. I had time for the cosmetic grind of Halo Reach because when that came out, it was I was a kid. But there are no kids anymore, so we should make all the grinds easier in every game I ever play from this point forward. Because fuck them kids, am I right? That is a 35-year-old unk saying that, yeah. Dude, whenever I get people say, I don't have time for this, but they're talking in like a Twitch chat or writing on a forum post, I'm like, dude, if you have time to watch a Twitch stream all day, which like some of these people do, I'm not saying that's all of you, I love you, chat. That's not all of you, because I know a lot of you guys watch from work and things like that, so that's also a possibility. But people on forums especially, I'm like, and maybe if you stopped like adding chapters to your Cope Bible, you would probably have an easier time getting better at the game. Because I imagine after like 5,000 paragraphs, you probably sacrificed a significant portion of your life. And I know Redditors, okay, Redditors like editing those paragraphs, be like, oh yeah, I got this company good. Are your friends lagging a bit in this map? Just my connection issues. I am getting some frame drops right now. I might turn down the settings a little bit. I'm not even rendering anything, so I'm curious why that's happening. Honestly, my only gripe with the Cape Grind is that they didn't take into account the game's play before the update. That is a totally fair complaint. Like, retroactive, the people who did put in time, they shouldn't be punished for, like, relentlessly playing the game. And, like, a retroactive Cape Grind, like, I don't think people would complain about that. If, like, so imagine if Space Marine 2 launched with all these cosmetics, right? I don't think players would have a problem. At all with the game and, like, its content grind if it came out like this initially. But now that you are, like, almost 2 years into the game's life cycle, and you're now adding in the end game grind, and all the players who've been dedicated to your game the entire time have to go and do it all for, like, from the start. Like, a lot of these guys, I've probably played, like, 5,000 absolute missions in this game. Or, at the very least, probably something around there. I mean, you can just check on my channel, there's probably, like, well over 1,000 just pure uploads alone. Or at least hundreds, literally hundreds. So, and that's not even every match I've done. And now I have to do the Cape Grinds all over again, which I don't really care about because I'll probably be playing another 5,000 absolute operations by the time this game's over anyways. But if you're like a normal player that just has like a job, or I should say, yeah, or kids, or literally anything else in their life, and is not a degenerate Twitch streamer, then you probably, I don't think that's very fair to you, so that's a totally reasonable complaint. But the complaint about, like, oh, 100 absolute missions, I'm like, I think that's totally fine in the game. Just not it not being retroactive. And keep in mind, this is only part 1 of the Wargear update. That's why the combo skip is good, by the way. Because you cannot, on this weapon, you cannot get the stomp out on the second charge without the combo skip here before it runs out. The third charge of this weapon lasts for 4 seconds. Are you playing Siege today? If yes, can I join? I mean, maybe. Probably just ask Sam if joining. I just don't care for a 2-hour game. I think I'd do the 25s, like grind those out like 10 times, and then I don't even know what the requirement is. I haven't touched it that much. Bro, I can't believe you counter that missile Terminator with melee attacks. Really, nobody can do that. Legit. It's actually a pretty difficult parry. It's a little bit of an awkward timing, but it gets easier. I think the hardest parry in this game is probably, I don't know. Oh, it might actually be that. There's some parries that are hard because they're bugged, like the backhand of the Vortex Beast, so just phase through you all the time. Anyways, on my final thoughts on this, I cannot wait to play my favorite Dead video game again, with how dead it is, and I can't wait until. So here's my prediction. I have Zinch levels of Foresight, chat, and once players have moved on from this patch and are waiting for patch 14, I promise you will get a million comments for like, game is dead. Game is dead. Saber is once again in Space Marine 2. What we could have had in Space Marine 2, and then the new patch will come out and they'll be like, well, I mean, I guess the new patch is like pretty good, but like, what about next patch? What about second patch? I love dead games, me too. What about a patch every 2 weeks? What about second patch? Alright, like patch 1 is good, but what about second patch? What about third patch? Saber, when can you add vehicles for me to ride around in the map? Like that, dude, there's some actually just fucking, what's the word I'm looking for? Yes, stupid ideas I hear about this game all the time. Like, can we add vehicles to Space Marine 2? Where the fuck is a vehicle fitting on this map, dude? Where are you driving your fucking Lehman Russ? Like, where's it going? You gonna drive it up a little ramp? You gonna go out there and, like, camp a fucking tank? What about, like, your speeder bike for the White Scars? Where the fuck are you fitting a vehicle in this little cave system? The maps don't allow for vehicles in this game. Easiest prediction FTG is done, I know. Yes, well, where the fuck are you driving a vehicle in this map? I know Saber adds like 2 enemies per year, but FTG, do you think we're gonna see an entirely new faction with like 10 new enemies one day? Probably not. Probably not. People just need to have more realistic expectations. They won't be disappointed. Just get a bike. That's what I mean. What I'm saying, bro.
Warning. The Xenos biosignatures converging in this position. The disciplined fire! Answer their mindless charge!
The Primarch class. Yeah, so when do we get a Custodes edition? Are they going to add Sisters of Battle in Space Marine 2 FTG? Yeah, bro. They're definitely going to add Sisters of Battle in Space Marine 2 for your Gooner ass, so that's definitely what they're going to do. What are other, my favorite ones are the ones where, like, let's just remove this entire enemy from the game. Like, yeah, because devs are definitely going to remove things we spend dev time on, I'm sure. Captain Saltflank, maybe to cheer like Captain Saltflank, funny ass name. What was the thing that one guy said the other day when I said, the Cape grind, there should be a grind, and they were like, who's going to decide what the grind should be then? You? And I'm like, yeah, you know what? Why not me? I'll decide the grind. I'd actually probably make it pretty reasonable, too. I'd consider that. I like to say that I'm not a casual gamer. Definitely a fucking sweat, but I'm also, I understand casual gamers because half my friends are that. My dad is definitely that, so I understand the plight of the scrub, but I would just look back. If I were to make a cosmetic grind for a game, I would look at historically what hyper-casual games have done effectively. So, I bring up again Halo Reach, things like that, or even Call of Duty, pre-Battle Pass Call of Duty. What are players willing to grind for, and what do players find to be a rewarding grind for their time commitment at all skill levels? And like, because I think what a video game needs for cosmetics is a hierarchy of grind. What I mean by that is you need to have breakpoints. You have a threshold system for players to properly not only have new drift options, but choose between drift, because player choice for drift is a huge portion of games. Like, this is what drives cosmetic grinds in a lot of cases, is 2 players should not have the exact same cosmetics at the exact same level. I don't think that's as good for a cosmetic grind system as having multiple options at that cosmetic level, or like at that player level. So let's say, for example, in Halo Reach, right? I talked about this a lot recently, but I'm gonna bring it up here again. Halo Reach, you reach Warrant Officer, and you're like, okay, I'm a Warrant Officer in Halo Reach now. What can I do? Okay, well, you can buy like 10 different helmets. You can buy 10 different shoulder pieces. And you're like, oh, I like this shoulder piece. I like this shoulder piece. What happens is you have a universal currency for the cosmetics in that game, and then you're unlocking the cosmetics you can actually buy with that currency based on your player level, and you have multiple selections per level, but only a limited amount of currency, so you have something to work towards long term. But not every single player that hits the same level is going to have the exact same cosmetic, and what that results in is you have multiple players that have the exact same level but completely different outfits, completely different like looks on their characters, and that can drive new players to be like, I want to look like that, I want to look like that, I want to look like that. You're like, oh, when do I get that? Oh, I get it at this level? I guess I'm gonna rush for that one item. And that's what really keeps players coming back to games cosmetic finds. And and then you have like your super mega like crazy shit at the very end, like only players with thousands of hours have. That's fine. And I think players are totally fine with that, to like have that, like, this guy has like the super ultra virgin cape. I can't believe that. This guy hasn't gone outside for like 10 years. Players are fine with that, as long as they have a ton of options in between. Alright, you're a dick. Yeah, how you liking that? That was my parry, you bitch. Yeah, I didn't want that gun strike, but oh, we're in it now. That sucks. That's such a fucking obnoxious boss area. The missile turret is putting in the work. No, we just missed a we put our banner a little too far back. He's showing how Scrubs died of missile turret, is true. The great FTG. I mean, we would have been fine. We would have been fine had we not been smacked by the missile. What sent us into a spiral there was we got hit by the melee Terminator. Unblockable. What difficulty you're on? This is a hard strat. I don't play anything below absolute difficulty in hard strats in this game. I don't think this game is really fun at like lower difficulty. That's for me, you know. But we have like Tsunami on. We have Tsunami, coordinated calls, and Summoner. So every single reinforcement call will call in. This is just a fun one, I think. I think this is the most entertaining for like general challenge where I can kind of fuck around, and we die sometimes, as you can see. But it's pretty fun. What was I saying about cosmetic grinds in this game, though? Oh yeah. Tying the major cape grind. I tried that White Scar's Chainstorm and Bulwark. What do you think we're using right now, bro? We're using that at this very moment.
We have lost contact with the Mechanicus facility in the Kadaku swamps. Nozik's research is still inside. Long-range auspex reveals a significant Tyranid presence. Mind your footing, brothers. The swamp forgives nothing. We must be vigilant against the arch-enemy's deceptions.
Let's go here. FTG Organic Matter Life Form, I record a bunch of sponsored streams to savor and witness my snitch power. there were sponsored streams for this game. The only one I knew was Brookie's. He got sponsored to show minis. I wish they'd sponsor me. Some OTK streamers with 50% view bots? What the fuck is OTK? A big streamer network? Wait, they're doing a sponsored stream for this or what? OTK is Asmon Goals Network? Oh. I see. They did a couple of days ago? Interesting. I'm so out of the Twitch loop on all things. You mean OTV or OTK? What are we even talking about, dude? Wait, in what way were they sponsored, though? I'm confused by that. Hold on. There's a hashtag ad stream? Oh. I see. I remain vigilant unless it's lunchtime, which I see now. I'm sure it'll be very... I'm sure your crusade will, at the very least, end better than the Great Crusade did. Asmon Gold's company? Yeah, apparently. I don't really know what the benefit of that would be for like 99% of people, but especially Asmon Gold, because Asmon Gold, like, that guy is already a multi-millionaire. I don't know why he would possibly care, but I guess his perspective is probably different at that point. I also don't understand why people care about live viewership numbers in the first place, because, like, it's actually, like, it's mathematically insignificant. Pretty much for 99% of stream. Even if you're, like, an average 1,000 viewer streamer, that's really not that much. I mean, it's a lot for live viewership, but, like, in terms of actual eyeballs, it's just not that much. And a lot of 1,000 viewer streamers can still be broke as fuck. Unless they have, like, a super supportive audience and things like that. That's like 2,000 eyeballs, dude. Yeah. You mean pay-per-view during an ad, the cost of V-bots is lower than the cost per view? They do that, it's theft. Oh yeah. That makes sense. If it's a sponsor thing, because I know that the view rates like that can get kind of nuts. That's also why I don't particularly give much of a shit about streaming. Though, raid Shadow Legends if you're ever out there. Please. I will sell out. My eyes and ears. Streets are stuck. I think it's asked them to sponsor you. They like small streamers. That's true. Should beg. Out of all cast raids, I feel for the Thousand Suns. True. I bet YouTube is where the bread is butter, but streaming is a plus. Well, I mean, I think streaming's just a joke generally. I also find that streamers tend to be really fucking stupid and think they're way more clever than they actually are. And they're also pretty fucking lazy. But like, let's think, like, what kind of guy wants to be like, let me go play a game live all day? Probably not somebody who wants to actually work. Get this psycho out of my head! I don't consider like going live streaming work at all. I think it's just kind of a joke. I say that as somebody who live streams a lot, but like I don't consider what I'm doing right now work at all. Me, if I got paid to play, I would. Oh, I mean, definitely. That's why they do it, but... Most people stream to avoid employment, not actually work. Because they want to turn their hobby into, like, a career choice, but they don't realize it's not really how that works at all. And they get perma-stuck, and then they get salty about other people performing better than them, and cry about it for ages. But, like, that is the duty of the, that is the duty of the lazy person, is to cry about people better than them, right? That's how it goes. You have a job outside streaming? No, dude. Dude, I probably never have to again, to be honest, but... I work in cyber, and would most definitely stream if I could. That's a motorbike vlogging. Yeah, vlogging's pretty chill. It is the duty of the entitled whiner to complain for eternity as they get shit on. I mean, that's true in all career fields, though, is you'll always have people that will, like, cry about other people's success. It's just how these things go. But we'll make them better. If people have more realistic expectations about things, they definitely get less upset. Only death does winning end. Well, it's like this, okay? You always have people like, dude, this is my chance. This is my chance every time. Then they get shit on. They're like, oh my god. Next time for sure. And then they get shit on again. They're like, oh my god. This time for sure. Except, that's not how any of it works. But if they knew that, they probably wouldn't have such delusional expectations in a lot of cases. Because a lot of people treat things like, oh my god, I'm just gonna like do this thing, and then like one day I will randomly blow up, and that's how it all works. That almost never happens. Doesn't happen in like any career, really. If I stream every single day, one day everyone will realize how good I am and how much I deserve success, and my success will just magically appear in front of me. It's only the top 100% of 100 streamers make the majority of money. Oh yeah, well, I mean, streaming especially on Twitch and things like that. Like 99% of all viewership on the entire platform goes to like 100 people. But you know, it is the duty of the tiny streamer to envy the bigger streamer. That's how it goes, right? I'll say Twitch is absolutely filled. Chat, you've all been gaslit. Twitch is filled with like the most envious, salty little bitches you'll ever find who are just lazy as fuck. Actually think they work harder than they actually do and get shit on relentlessly. And like they just fail over and over again, and they just think like, oh, I'm just unlucky. But it's actually because they're lazy as fuck. That's just how it goes. So when you release the tank gameplay SN2, we'll use the ramp trick. That's dude, oh, it'll be peak. Oh, the other thing is a lot of people think they're more entertaining than they actually are. That's a big one. I would say, since people ask me this all the time, if you're gonna go into like content creation, expect nothing. Don't ever stream, don't ever go into something like that and expect you're just gonna make it, because you're probably better off just getting a normal job. Not to say you shouldn't try, but you can usually tell in 5 seconds if someone's gonna do that or not. That's how we climb the Twitch ladder by each rung another lesser streamer's face, dude. They're so, dude. This is the thing, dude. That's what I'm saying. It's like Twitch streamers are just a bunch of like little rat creatures. They all want to like the amount of people I've had who've like begged for raids, cried about things. It's like I've had dozens of people do this to me. They're like, can you please raid me? Fuck you. You actually suck. When you don't do that, it's like, come on, dude. Bunch of pussies. If I get all of my emotes, guys, we'll finally be successful. Guys, if we stream in 4K, we'll be the most popular streamer ever. You guys ever heard the term cart before horse? So what you'll have on Twitch are like a million Twitch channels that they buy every like bell and whistle. They'll buy every single thing for like they'll buy their gamer chair, they'll buy their gamer table, except their content fucking sucks and they make no money. So like they're actually just better off working at like a normal ass job. But instead they sit there with like the equivalent of like a third world salary for a year and a half, all in the hopes of making it, and they finally reach the glorious peaks of the lower middle class for all that effort. That's usually how it goes. How does anything wrong with being a exploring channels? You see some dude with a 20k setup streaming to 2 viewers at a regular occurrence? Yeah, because they don't understand the number one thing, which is that like if you're a boring motherfucker, nobody cares. I mean, people will show up if you are somebody people want to watch. They will show up for you at the end. That's just how it goes. Like, if I want to load up my stream every day in 480p, I could do that, and a lot of my viewers would still come because they're not here for some like autistic quality of gaming. They're just here to chill. That's all it really is on Twitch. And it's even funnier that pisses off some of like these try-hard streamers and this gets shit on relentlessly because they're just dog shit at their job. That's all it is. And they're the same type of people that like, so you'll meet people who will, they will get shit on relentlessly, and then they'll have 1 month they do well and be like, finally got that bastard. As if you haven't just, as if they haven't been, you know, as if the other guy didn't just make generational wealth already. It's quite comedy. Remember, kids, when life gets hard, quit. True. I'm gonna stream randomly, have no structure, and don't interact with my community, and play some niche game while not being good at it. I must be unlucky. There is that too. Well, people also think that being good at games matters way more for content creation than it actually does. It doesn't matter at all. That's just another. That's another level of cope. I mean, I could explain to people, but why would I do that? But the funniest part is that if you are, so there is some, I've talked to a few content creators about this, that like a lot of content creators can like literally physically not contain their envy and anger, but like they can't actually say anything because what they're whining about really just comes down to, I don't get viewership. And guess what? Twitch viewers don't give a flying fuck about your own success. They don't give a shit if you don't get viewers or not. That's something exclusively the entitled bitch cares about. So nobody wants to hear some Twitch streamer cry like, my viewers are gone. They don't give a shit. Why should they? I wouldn't give a shit either. I can't watch it at 160p 30 FPS cards. That's what I'm saying, dude. I'll give you the 80p stream one day. A lot of people just never outgrew high school. Oh, I mean, I've worked a lot of jobs, and I'll say it, every single one. You can always tell the people that have a loser's mentality immediately. You're like, well, you're never gonna grow properly. But they either have A, unrealistic expectations, or they always blame their failure on something else, like people are cheating, I can't do this, yada yada yada. That's how these things go. Are you ever seeing someone specific or no? Well, there was one streamer that like begged me for raids for ages. I had to block them. I had to block this guy. He begged me for raids. This is a purely Twitch thing. I'm not talking about any one person in particular, but I've just seen this a lot on Twitch. But there was a guy I had to block at one point because I did. They asked me for like a raid. They asked me to go online just to raid their channel, and I was like, dude, like you're not even my friend. Like they made zero attempt to interact with me like normally. They weren't even my friend. Their pure intention was using me, and I was like, okay, well I'm just not gonna do that. So I blocked them after a while. They tried to self-insert themselves into all of my streams. They'd be like, hey, I'm playing today, you should come and join. And I'm trying to play this. Like, it's obviously, they don't give a fuck about you, dude. They're trying to use you as a ladder. That's how this shit always goes. The second tour guardsman. I'm not gonna name names on that one, but like, there is anyone specific. That was like a 1.5 years ago. Yeah, I'm playing today. You should come and join me. Why would I do that?
The arch enemy wields lies as readily as blades. Deception is the refuge of a foe defeated. Brothers, the warp's touch is heavier in this place. Stay focused. We will end this together.
Why are you getting German ads beyond you? Are you German? That would explain it.
Units before it call for aid. This may cut their call for help short. Bring us small bodies to cut down. Let more come. Let all of them come. Exterminate the Terminator brothers. We cannot tarry here, brothers. The floating land is our path.
Is the Vice Lord the best chain sword? Yes. No. It definitely is. It's like that one D stream a while back always had a messed up mic. It was not them. It was a long time ago. I only did one collab with this person ever, but
The island holds firm. Brothers, the land lies before us.
guys, Skitari tomorrow. It's common voice. Actually, love watching you and another brother Caveman. Both of y'all are awesome Spaceman 2 content creators. Hell yeah, dude. You do some pretty cool Siege shit. Ow. I was actually just talking to Hayes the other day about this, that, this week is gonna be an absolute fucking shit fest.
Cannot tarry here, brothers. The floating land.
We both agree that, the white... I think we both agree the White Scarf chains for its peak. Dude, look at this thing go.
These mutants are inferior opponents. Cannot tarry here, brothers. The floating land is our path. An engine headed right for us. Cannot tarry here, brothers. The floating land is our path.
That sucks. You have the wrong squad symbol on your Marine? Which one do I need for Marines for level up? I don't actually know if they're Hail Marine, I didn't check. What's your favorite class to use a chainsword on? Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, probably TAC, maybe. Either TAC or this one. I mean, block weapons are just so much better for Bulwark because Bulwark can do some crazy shit for them. Awesome. I love this map. Actually, I do, but not that one section.
Cannot tarry here, brothers. The floating land is our path.
Can you show what Bulwark build this is when you can? I'll make a whole video on it. We'll have all the build guides, fear not. Also, Twitch drops are still going, guys. If you want to come over to the Twitch stream. This is the #1 spot for all things Twitch. For SM2. Mathematically proven. Wingguard are always veterans for really all chapters.
We stand at the threshold.
FTG is the SM2 guide for all, is what they say. we're on the street. Oh, how is Assault looking at this new update? Pretty peak. I mean, it's the same as he was last patch. He just has a new chain service peak. Blaze with Bulwark, so tough. We could do that next. Yes, also join the community Discord, guys, if you've not. We're approaching 3,000 members in there slowly. And we're almost halfway to, well, not over, we're over halfway to 3,000. We're at 2,500 around. I want to get to 3,000 by the end of the year if you can do that.
Look upon this heresy, brothers, and let it fuel your righteous fury. We shall tear this
The battle bard.
resistance, shatter the eyes, and release the KEYBINDS. What are our moves? The steel that binds our lives to the Emperor. What did we swear?
Remember correctly, we let them do the hazard fights for the veteran squad markings. Oh, that's actually cool. We'll do that. I guess we'll do the whole run again. Maybe we'll do that right now, actually. We're gonna change the markings. Let's see, Marines Malevolent. Images. Oh, maybe they do. Alright, we'll do the stripe. Is it actually like the whole hazard stripes or just a stripe? Looks like it's a stripe. What melee weapon is best for the assault class in your opinion? Alright, I mean, I don't think that's the right hazard stripe, guys. I'm gonna be honest, but I guess I'll use it. It looks good. Okay. We'll try that again. Do it this. Much hazard. It is quite hazardous, is it not? Tactical Death Watch Bolter. Oh, that one's also pretty good. But we're gonna do this one again. I don't know if I'll do it on that map. It might be too lazy. We did it last night, but the recording was a bit choppy. Might just run this on like a Tyranid up. It's just clean house. If you can see the heavy class with the heavy bolt rifle, nah, that shit sucks. I'm not doing that. That's still not very strong. It's better than it used to be because they buffed it up, but I just don't care all that much to do that. We're gonna do Reclamation. Actually, I guess we'll do Purgation again. The map is fun. It's just with this hard strat, it can be a little intense. Only thing you need to make FTG upset is insults his drift. There are many ways to rage bait me, actually. It's FTG, since you're super wise, what's your favorite mission in all Space Marine 2? My favorite mission in all Space Marine 2, that is the... Let's see. Probably Purgation right now, to be honest. Purgation's pretty fucking peak, guys.
Contact with the Mechanicus facility in the Kadaku swamps. Nozig's research is still inside. Long-range Auspex reveals a significant Tyranid presence converging on the site. Viridian, your objective is to investigate, purge the Xenos, and reclaim the facility. Mind your footing, brothers. The swamp forgives nothing.
Can we see the Deathwatch Power Fist melt the tank? Yes. That shit is cool. FTG, the make community update got released in the Discord. Oh, we'll go read that then. We'll go read that. Shall we? New class confirmed. See, I told you guys. Here, we'll do this right now. I told you guys it was coming. Right. We even have this. Okay. Should be good. Hey guys, first regards in here, and let me talking about the May community update for Space Marine 2. Now, this Hey guys, first regards in here, and so I'll be talking about the May community update for Space Marine 2. Now, this came out around 5 minutes ago. There is a ton of new information here, including stuff about the potential of a new class. So, first up, that better be true, whoever said that. Let me double check this before I go into it. Yeah, okay. New class is coming. Yeah, who would have thought? Alright, hey guys, first regards in here, and so I'll be talking about the May community update for Space Marine 2. This came out around 5 minutes ago. This is going over all of some... Hey guys, first regards in here, and so I'll be talking about the... Hey guys, first regards in here, and so I'll be talking about the May community update for Space Marine 2, and this came out around 5 minutes ago, and there's some huge information here, and most importantly for Year 3, we know there is a new class on the way beyond the Tech Marine, which will probably be a chaplain, but we go through... fuck. This is what I get for doing this at like 5 in the morning. Hey guys, first regards in here, and so I'll be Hey guys, first regards in here, and so I'll be talking about the May... Oh my god. Hey guys, first regards in here, and so I'll be talking about the May community update for Space Marine 2. This came out around 6 minutes ago, and we have a ton of new information here. Tearsing. Oh my god. Okay, well, this time for sure. All right. Hey guys, first regards in here, and so I'll be talking Hey guys, first regards in here, and so I'll be talking about the May community update for Space Marine 2. This came out around 6 minutes ago, and there's a ton of information here and also some tough actually, can I get English today? Holy shit. Let me drink some water. Hey guys, first regards been here. Yep. True. Right here. All right. Hey guys, first regards in here. Oh my god. Hey guys, first regards in here, and so I'll be talking about the May community update for Space Marine 2. This came out around 7 minutes ago, and there's a ton of new information here regarding Year 3, and most importantly, we have the confirmation of a brand new class coming to the game in Year 3. So that is pretty massive. We're going to be going through all of this here today, starting off with the intro. Hi Space Marines, May is all about Warhammer Skulls, and therefore we've launched patch 13 Purgation update a week ago. Have you tried it already? And in this month's community update, we shall reveal some Year 3 spoilers, recap Purgation updates content, or remind you of the ongoing Twitch drops. Now, teasing Year 3. Lots of exciting things are coming in Year 3, and today we're too excited to keep them under wraps, so here are a few spoilers. Throughout Year 3, the game will receive 5 major updates, patches 15 to 19. Once again, there will be plenty of free content for everyone, including new weapons, missions, and more. On top of that, there will be a season pass packed with chapter cosmetics and champion skins. We'll also continue placing a strong focus on improving the user experience and fixing bugs throughout Year 3, making the game smoother, more stable, and more enjoyable for everyone. Now, for our first spoiler, a new class is on the way, planned for the first half of 2027, probably back in like, February again, just like we have with Tech Marine. We can't reveal which one just yet, but we can say it's been highly requested by the community. As we did with the Tech Marine, this new class will receive its own special champion skin after release. Okay, guys, place your bets which class you think it will be. The Year 3 roadmap will be revealed alongside the second anniversary update. Stay tuned. Okay, so we have 2 confirmations here. We're getting a fat anniversary update. This will probably come out around September because patch 14 is like scheduled for August or July at this rate. And as far as the new class is concerned, okay, so highly requested things. It's either going to be like a Justiciar, a Chaplain, or a Librarian if we're coping super hard. Now, they previously said they were not planning on doing Psyker classes at all, but that being said, the Tech Marine did very well in this game. A Librarian would be super cool in Space Marine 2, in my opinion. I think a Wizard playstyle would go very hard in this game, but the more realistic expectation would be like Apothecary, Chaplain, or Justiciar, and the creative director at Saber has previously said that he wanted a Chaplain in the game at some point anyways. That was an interesting idea for him, so I think we should expect that more so than like Apothecary and Librarian. But let me know what you guys think it's going to be, because a new class, I mean, we kind of expected this much because the Tech Marine was so successful, but a new class to the game, that is huge. I cannot wait for that, and hopefully we get more information on this and like the anniversary update with like the Year 2 roadmap and stuff, or Year 3 roadmap. Next, I say patch 13 Purgation update, Iron Hands chapter pack. The Iron Hands chapter pack includes a Tech Marine champion and a skin for its signature weapon, the Omniscient Axe. Armored pieces were added as part of the chapter customization pack, left and right greaves, left and right gauntlets, left and right pauldrons, and decals. So this is one of the best champion packs in the game. Now, unfortunately, in the game right now, the little tabard section here is broken and not working on like the non-champion portion of the armor set. So if you equip the normal chest piece, you cannot also equip the tabard, which it does kind of suck. But that being said, it's still a very powerful tool. And next they have successor chapters. 4 successor chapters were added alongside the Iron Hands chapter pack, including Brazen Claws, Iron Lords, Sons of Medusa, and Red Talons. Now, these are the only 4 Primaris the only 4 successor chapters for the Iron Hands that have any Primaris official color patterns, which is why we didn't get things like the Knights of Byzantium or Steel Confessors, for those of you who are curious. Now, next I say new Operation Purgation. Investigate chaos activity near the Akkadian base and stop an unholy ritual. As you make your way across the swamp, stay alert. Chaos corruption stats effects will apply if you spend too much time in the waters. Now, in my opinion, the Purgation update is like the best map we've ever had. I think this is the best Chaos and Tyranid map, much better than Disruption and Vox Liberatus in my opinion, and overall, I have been spamming the shit out of this one, so really fun. If you haven't tried this one out, you definitely should. Next we have the Siege Mode update. Several new features were implemented into the Siege Mode, and now you can earn weekly accolades for completing Siege Mode. New items have been added to the shop, including a Commissar to boost Cadians, explosive mines, torrential sentries, and a tech priest to defend as he gets you a currency boost. Now, a lot of people have had a problem with the blessings and atonement system here. I think they've actually done a pretty good job at like adding some gimmicks for like casual players, like a Commissar to boost Cadians, explosive mines, torrential sentry guns. These are really attractive options for a horde shooter in general, and like really for a horde mode especially, having these kind of like, casual features of like, oh, I'm gonna summon in my little minion guys, I'm gonna summon in the explosive mines, my torrential sentries. That is super fun for like, your friends to all play around with. And the entire mode itself, once they like kind of fix up the atonements eventually, it will feel way better, and might like re-roll some other things that, like some point in the future, to give you the old Siege mode as well. The Hive Tyrant Mule of Vortex Beasts can now be encountered as bosses, and the timer got a rework too. Now, when the timer's over, you won't get a game over, but enemies will become subsequently harder to beat. So this has been really difficult for a lot of players. The Mutilated Vortex Beast especially is very bugged in the Siege mode currently. The little disco lasers he does, they can go through walls and stuff like that. They'll probably fix that up eventually, but for now, Siege mode is significantly harder for the vast majority of the player base than it used to be, and they are kind of getting like filtered out like Wave 25, which is possibly the intention, but we'll see what they do in the future to this one. Now, next they have gameplay features. For further details on the new gameplay features, we strongly recommend checking the patch 13 notes. I do have an entire video on this as well. They have the Battle Barge Battle Simulator, perks loadout, and new ordeals. Regarding the new ordeals, our chapter chaplain has learned of a number of creative practices with the private lobbies to quickly get the rewards, and has instructed all units to heed the following warning. We're not going to fix these, but you've been warned, Space Marines. I haven't even checked what this one is, but this is the talk about the creative practices with the private lobbies, quickly get the rewards. They're talking about the new custom strats being used as like to easily farm your caves, because basically you could go into a custom strat and just like farm on the super easy modifiers, but they are fixing that apparently, or they have fixed it already. War gear sharing, new rewards and refinements and redemption shop. Yes, these are the new heroic weapons. I have videos on all of these, the bolt carbine secondary as well. There's a 13.1 hot fix. Earlier this week we released a hot fix to improve the connectivity issues that occur with patch 13. So this fixed a lot of the crashing players were having, and also they have lowered down the cape crime, which is like a super great thing for a lot of players, because the cape crime was a bit excessive for casual players, especially if you take into consideration that they did not retroactively give you your capes, and because of that you were not able to actually like give your most dedicated players the capes they've pretty much been grinding for since the game came out, because a lot of Space Marine 2's player base, they have been playing since like launch in 2024, and those players, they don't have like infinite time, so they've already put in their time, they did not get their capes, so lowering the requirements, I think it's a fair enough middle ground, but yeah, they were definitely upset about that one. Now here they have Twitch drops. To celebrate the release of the Purgation update, we're hosting a Twitch drops campaign until June 11th with these special rewards. Watch any streamer on Twitch playing Space Marine 2 for 30 minutes, 1 and 2 hours to earn the Mark X Skull breastplate, 100 accolades, and the brand new Victor's Guard Honor Guard gauntlet here. So you can go and join my Twitch stream. I've been Twitch streaming religiously to get these Twitch drops for people, so in the description you will find that. All you have to do is just connect your pros account. Now unfortunately, Twitch has had like a bugged link for this. The page has not been able to be found. So if you go to the actual pros website and connect your account there to like your Steam or your PlayStation. It will then work and you can claim your accolades and your new Victor's Guard gauntlets. Just keep that in mind. Now, that's it for this month. Thank you for supporting and helping us improve Space Marine 2. We are very attentive to your feedback, and as a token of our appreciation, here's a little code to unlock 150 requisition points with right here. Okay, you have to claim it through pros. You can read it on this page to learn how. So I'll put a link to this in the description below so you can go to the pro site, because that is also where you'll be able to link your account to get your Twitch drops and your Victor's Guard gauntlet. And that is pretty much all there is for this one. So the big news here is obviously that we have a fucking chaplain probably coming to the class or the game. There's a new class coming to Space Marine 2, which I definitely expected. Like, a new class just makes too much sense. They did the exact same thing with World War Z. And on a further note, World War Z was like a huge inspiration for this game's like entire content plan. And World War Z had its own like proper paid expansion pack called Aftermath. And this game is significantly more successful than World War Z was. And that added in like a new class, a bunch of new missions. Maybe we will see something like that one day with like a proper full-on paid-for expansion, not just cosmetics. And I'm curious how the player base would actually react to that if it was like a very substantial content addition. So let me know what you think about that in the comment section below, because I've asked players about that before. I think people are pretty open to the idea of paid expansions, and we'll see how they do that in the future, because there may be some changes to like monetization plans in the future for Space Marine 2, just looking at like historical evidence for World War Z. But that's all I have to say in this one, guys. You can watch me on Twitch to get your Twitch drops, and also let me know what you think about the new class and what you think it's going to be. And as always, thank you for watching, and take it easy. Bye. New class confirmed, boys. That's all it takes. You explain to get the Switch drops for my Steam account? I just explained it to you, dude. I just did. I said go to the pros website and then go to the pros website and then enter that in. Excellent recording, sir. First try. Yeah, sometimes I rip, dude. I'm actually pretty good at yapping. It's one of my skill sets. I have been doing it as a professional. I'm a professional yapper, literally, for years, so. Except when I don't, and I fumble endlessly. So what do we think the new class is going to be, guys? What do you think it's going to be? What do we think it's going to be? Chaplain 100%. Bro speaks fluent Japanese? Yeah. I certainly do. I don't know, guys. I've always been like that. You know, I was a class presenter for a long time at my high school. Go figure. And I've always just I've always been in the mode of speaker. It's just how I am. That's just how I am. Chaplain's an easy bet, yeah. Custodes, yeah, totally, bro. Totally gonna be a Custodes. In your fucking dreams, maybe. Let's see here. I feel it's either just this year or an apothecary, yeah. Okay. I think we already knew it was coming, though. I think we already kind of knew it was coming. Dude, this game's gonna have content, like, forever. Forever, dude. Okay. There we go. We did it, chat. So a new anniversary patch. I'll probably also have Twitch drops. Huge patches over and over. They have yet to use the abilities code in the game. What do you mean? What does he mean, chat? So what was gonna be the anniversary patch? You know what I want, guys? I want a new enemy. This game's gonna be so fucking good by the end, guys. Holy shit, I'm so excited for that. Okay. One second, guys. It's probably going to be a chaplain, right? Like, it's almost certainly going to be a chaplain, right, guys?
This is not as I left it. It is 0.02 degrees right of my last recollection.
Okay. And that Plans of the Angel is pretty cool. It certainly is. Come on, guys. 60-40 apothecary slash chaplain, dude. They're not. They already said they don't want to do an apothecary before, so I kind of doubt that. Master Chief confirmed.
I lack the locomotion to hover over each of you as you work. Solve the riddles of steel with the minds you are blessed with. A 3 microgram increase in airborne stimulants. Low stick consumption is overwhelming the atmospheric scrubbers again.
Okay. This is peak chat. Alright. Hold on a second, guys. I think we need an apothecary. Dude, we're not gonna need an apothecary, okay? That ain't coming. Did they fix the bulwark perk? Anyone know? No, it's not patched yet. They haven't hotfixed anything yet. I'll try to see just this year. Yeah, just this year is probably coming, guys. Probably. Give it the prime, mash pot. All right. Alright guys, sorry about this. So, a new class, they have confirmed, guys, there's a new class coming to the game. Okay, let's see. Apothecary lame as fuck. Apothecary is lame as fuck. The only people who want Apothecary in this game are people who want to be carried by heals. There is no other reason you'd want that fucking class. I don't believe it. Maybe like 1% of people want Apothecary aren't looking to be fucking carried by it, okay? Like, let's be honest. Let's be real, people. Like, how many people are gonna be saying that? Also, dead game, by the way. Dead game, by the way, chat. It's just your 100% for me, yeah. Okay. We're gonna play. Okay, my mental disease caused my mind to talk crazy, but the cream cheese holds it back. Excuse me? Yes, we have a new class confirmed, guys. It's coming. Okay, we're gonna do this. This game's gonna have so I wonder like so we're probably gonna get another class in the year after this too, guys. How goes the new Chainstorm and Vanguard? Very good. We do a melee build on that. Very good. Where's the heroic instigator on this one? Now for Vanguard, we probably want increased capacity, I think. Don't really need the HP healing that much. I guess we could take the rapid health. Let's take the home precision perk here. I mean, that would be pretty peak too. Thank you for the prime, Cuddly Sparkle. Motivated melee homies, let's get it. Yeah, we're gonna be doing that next. Oh wait, how soon until Bulwark with Polearm? Probably patch 14. Probably patch 14. Chat, how do I get good as a noob? Play the game. That's true. Play the game. That would definitely help. Okay, how soon until I have your jetpack? I'm gonna be a flying bubble. I don't think that's coming anytime soon, guys. Apothecary Biologist be cool having another Gravis armor class. You know what? That's not a terrible idea, dude. That's not a terrible idea at all. I use the bathroom and then I'll be back and we're gonna go play the. And we're gonna do a Vanguard build and then we're gonna go do a tier list for all the melee weapons and the ranged weapons in the game. Maybe even the secondary weapons. Okay. Can't wait to see what the new class is going to be. Hope he's got a skill cap and plenty of cosmetics. It will probably have more cosmetics than Tech Marine did, because Tech Marine's just like a little unique. You have a servo arm, like servo skull, servo gun, mechadendrite arm. Another class like a chaplain, they could do a lot more. Like they could probably more easily apply things like, you know, well, Gravis armor for one. So like you could put Gravis armor on some of these guys. You could put things like Mark X plates on them. That's all an option. We covered the May roadmap yet? Just saw it? Yes, we have. It's coming right now. You're not, guys. Okay. If it's not hinted, they just said it once. A hint. A confirmation that a class is class, maybe. This first of all, a new class is on the way. I call that a hint. I mean, it's coming to the game. They did hint. Interesting. That could be Apothecary. Capes, a new class. Expansion, probably. That's probably what's next. I think players would be pretty Marion, it's just this year would be an extra easy pick. It's true, it would have no voice lines. I kind of your list. Okay. We did that. At least one. At least probably less than last week. If we look at the Steam attack, what was the so attack marine? Let's see. Attack marine was this one was and patch 11 was like this whole shebang. Well, they liked it. I think Reclamation, but like, it wasn't super. It's Friday. Let's say it's a Friday. Morning for me, but sale, so like that's also driving players releasing the game for free. They at least like that all that shit also. It's free on PS Plus, yeah. They did that back for the they made it free on PS Plus so they could have the Attack Marine come out as big as possible. I got some friends to buy it on Steam. It's like 18 bucks. It's great, dude. It's a great game. Phenomenal game. The stream audio is cutting in and out. Well, it's definitely on your end because I don't hear anything on mine. Is stream buffering for y'all? Maybe okay, maybe it is buffering for you on the live. It's only the shorts chat saying that though. Ozzy only viewing channel on Twitch. I mean, if you want to watch me on Twitch, that is where to come. Yeah, audio is good. No issue on the superior Twitch. That was only the YouTube Shorts comment section saying that. Stream is good. Yeah, see, it's just the Shorts one then. Okie dokie. I guess we can play one run of this. I mean, I guess we can talk about this build after, but 1 second. I have to make space on this fucking hard drive because somehow I filled up a 5 terabyte hard drive. I don't know how I managed to do that, but I did. Okie dokie. Do I even have this? Let's check. I think so, guys. Should we do the heroic? Should we do the melee weapon tier list with all the melee weapons, or just the heroic weapons? Or with all the melee weapons, including the heroics, or just the base melee weapons and not including the heroic weapons? People have asked me for both. Which one do you guys think is better? All. Okay. Well, all of them. It's a fair ask. Both. Okay, well that works for me, because it means I have more shit to talk about, and also means that you guys get to yap. Wow, this game has a lot of melee weapons in it right now. Peek. We like that. I'll have to do that. So the reason we're gonna do the tier list immediately is because my throat and voice are going to fucking die. Because I'm gonna be streaming for like 16 hours today, probably. I just need someone who's going to work night shift. Hold on. Do it by class and milk the videos. Listen, we're not that. Times aren't that tough, James. Times are not that tough. We're not doing that. That's excessive, okay? That's a level of shamelessness we've not reached yet, alright? Have you ever considered posting lore videos, FTG? I actually have one. Timmy 2 taps with the 5 tier 1s. Timmy 2 taps. You know, I had a Fallout 4 character called Timmy 2 Shanks. He just ran around with a shiv the entire time and stabbed people. That was a pretty funny one, I thought. But, thank you for the 5 tier 1s, brother. For the cause. Thank you, brother. Yeah, if you want my... I did make a lore video. It actually took me an entire day to make. So, like, this was the guy who asked. This is a lore video on my second channel. That's Sanguinius. It's the only one I've made so far. I'll make more. I know I was going to ask Sandman and Remembrancer if they want to make some at some point, or Pank. But, we've been a tad bit busy. It's not my fault Space Marine 2 is just too popping, guys. This game is too good. I think I watched that. Was on second tier Guardsman. Yes. All right. Okay, so we could talk about all the melee weapons. Now, since people kept asking me to do this together, we're gonna rank not only Storm's Dominion. Wait, I have the double-edged chainsword named improperly. So whatever, dude. What the fuck ever. We'll do it live. We do everything live these days. Okay, are you a Blood Angels guy? I am definitely a Blood Angels guy. I also like Space Wolves. I don't give a fuck. Call me a furry, dude. I don't care. I do not give a fuck, dude. Space Wolves are cool. And if you tell me your favorite chapter are Iron Hands, you're worse than me. So I don't care. Alright, Space Wolves are cool. Blood Angels are fucking cool. Raven Guard are cool. Salamanders are chopped as fuck. And Ultramarines are kind of cool. Imperial Fists are also cool. Honest to God. White Scars as well. They're all pretty. All the founding chapters I do enjoy. As far as Iron Hands go, I prefer Sons of Medusa and Iron Lords over them. And Red Talons are also pretty hype. And Brazen Claws, despite looking like Clown Marines, are actually pretty cool too. These guys are also notoriously difficult to paint at the tabletop because of like the little intersection here, where painting like this portion of them is a little awkward for like new painters. So, little fun fact about these guys. But yeah, Black Salamanders are ugly. Black Templars are cool. Black Templars have really cool drip. I just don't like the, I don't know. My only problem with Ultramarines is that they're overused. Ultramarines are pretty cool. I mean, they literally wrote the book on being a Space Marine, so I do think they're pretty cool. Hell Wars pretty dripped out. I don't know about them. Oh, they are pretty cool. We like them. Alrighty, guys. Alrighty, chat. It's time for the news. Just kidding. It's actually time for a tier list. And, oh, thank you for the Prime, the Premium Prime, Cypher Theory. Thank you very much, brother. People of the chat. Where's my window? Where have I gone? I'm sorry, I was making coffee, as I've done before. I'm hard to beat Argent Edge since almost every class can use it, and like, it is crazy strong. True, true, true. Alright, let's go do this tier list, shall we? Let's do this one. Okay, where is it? Why can't I swap to this one? Alright, there we go. Peek, peek, peek. So, since you guys have asked me to do it this time, it is time. It is time, chat. Right, hype train. Who has caused the hype train? Who has caused the hype train? Who are you? Daniel Tully, thank you for the Prime. Ain't no way we're getting Terminator. Yeah, dude, Terminator is not going to be it. Okay, let's be very clear. It will never be a fucking Terminator in this game, alright? Alright, we're going to do a tier list here. We'll do that now. Okay. Some of these could be a little difficult to do, but we'll make it. We'll do a live. We'll do a live. I'm nothing if not a yap machine, after all. See you at the ravine at the 20 tier 1s. Thank you very much, dude. Very generous, Ravine. Thank you very much, brother. Thank you for yesterday's crash out FTG. Which one? It's definitely not narrowing it down, okay? Listen, guys, you know, I love when people say, oh, people are like, FTG is such a clown. It's like, yeah, but dude, clowns are fucking entertaining. Who wants to watch the boring bitch who doesn't ever complain? Like, that's just lame, right? Crash outs are fun, dude. That's the point of the internet. That's the whole, like, dude, Twitch crash outs are a generational event. That's just entertainment, bro. That's what it's about, yeah, dude. Like, who wants to watch somebody that never gets upset? Like, how boring is that? I'm not a person at that point. Like, hi guys, this is my stream where I just sit here and talk about numbers in a video game. Fuck that. But today we're gonna talk about numbers in a video game. Number one, the power axe. So here we go. Sorry, that was actually just brain rot. I don't know what just happened in my mouth there, but damn, I missed an FTG crash out. I love watching those. I'm sure you'll have many, dude. Bro, that was personal. What is? I got bodied by a console peasant and I had to remake a whole guide because of it. Bro, that was personal, dude. No, no, no. It's you know, clowns were funny, dude. Just how it goes. Damn, he got bio of the console brethren skill issue. Yeah, somebody corrected me on something because the anyway, whatever. I'll talk about it later. For now, there was gonna be a video about it anyway, so we'll talk about it later. But for now, we're gonna do the tier list on the melee weapons. Hey guys, first regards in here. I'll be talking about every single. Oh, hold on, actually, let me make sure I pick that up. Hey guys, first regards in here, I'll be talking about every single melee weapon in Space Marine 2 patch 13, including the heroic ones. Now, we'll be ranking these all in a tier list here, and a lot of people have asked me to compare like the main relic tier options with the heroic variants. So today we're going to try that a bit instead, starting off with the Power Axe. Now, the Power Axe got added back in patch 10. This thing has received multiple buffs since then. The block variant got access to the Power Backstep and Power Wave, and also recently in patch 13, they finally fixed the power wave to hit the proper amount of enemies, and this weapon was already like a top tier option in the game, but the improved power wave hitting multiple enemies is very strong now. We also got a brand new heroic item we'll talk about in a second here with the Incarmine Axe, but as far as this one is concerned, the Power Axe, I think this one goes into S tier. The only thing this is bad at is like contested health recovery as opposed to like a chainsword or maybe even like a thunder hammer for like direct nova damage, but for the most part, the Power Axe stagger on the Power Backstep is incredible. This weapon firmly belongs in the S tier in my opinion, and there's really only like 2 weapons in the entire game that I put over this one currently, and like that's including heroics, so a really strong option. Next weapon here is the Thunder Hammer. Now, the Thunder Hammer has had a troubled history. This is a weapon that is famous in Warhammer 40k, and for the longest time, this one kind of sucked in damage, but we got a few buffs to this one, the biggest one being back in like patch 10, where they increased the area of effect radius on this thing to basically just be a 50% bonus and have a much easier time hitting things like Enlightened Zangors and Chaos Spawn, and just like obliterating hordes in general. The Thunder Hammer these days is very strong. I actually think this weapon is one of the best options in the entire game for Chaos, especially because those wide area of effect ground slams and things like Aftershock, they will slam apart the Enlightened Zangors very easily. They have a very easy time at clearing out some of the more obnoxious enemies to hit, and for that reason, I think this one goes firmly in the top of A. You know, you could definitely put this in S tier if you wanted to. I don't know if I'd say it's quite there, even with like the balance and block version, but that being said, Thunder Hammer is very strong. If you want to put an S, I can't disagree with you, but for me, I just put like the top of A. The next weapon here is the Chainsword. Now, the Chainsword is, in my opinion, like tied for the worst melee weapon of the relic tier options in the game currently. It is not bad, okay? Let's be very clear. The Chainsword is not bad in Space Marine 2. This weapon definitely functions, especially on classes like Vanguard, where you can take full advantage of perks like Swift Recovery for double CHP regen on your heavy attacks. And for unaware what CHP regen means, we're talking about contested health recovery, because this weapon has a perk that gives you double contested health recovery on every heavy attack, and because of that, if you're playing a class like Vanguard with a 50% bonus in base with their starting perk, it's very easy to just clear out Minotaur's hordes of that. And also, the Blockchain Sword has a very easy time just like one comboing guys off of a combo skip. But that being said, the other melee weapons like the Power Fist, Power Axe, Thunder Hammer, all these are far better than the Chainsword is these days, and the utility of the Chainsword has kind of been lost over time, so I would probably say this one goes down to like maybe maybe B or C tier. I do think there's one other melee weapon. I know I said it was tied, but like there's one I might actually put below this. So I'd say Chainsword goes into B. It's not bad. Like there was a really good Chainsword option, but those are related to the heroic tier. But as far as the relic tier options are concerned, the Chainsword goes into B for me. Maybe you disagree, but that's where I'm putting this one. Next one here is the Power Sword. Now, the Power Sword is another weapon in Space Marine 2 that's had a bit of a troubled history. This weapon had terrible damage on launch. The fencing variant was pretty much the only good one, and that was only because you could play it on Bulwark and just parry spam over and over for like gun strikes on Assault or the Bulwark class with Intimidating Aura, and because of that, it really wasn't a functional weapon that much on its own, but these days, it has received multiple buffs. The balance buff upped the damage tremendously on the balance relative options. The block power sword is very strong now for things like Power Whirl, and in patch 13, they buffed up the attack speed of all of these variants, including the heroic one we'll get into shortly. And I would say the power sword firmly goes into A now. I think this weapon is actually better than the chainsword, and where this one seriously struggles is like the CHP regen, but that doesn't matter too much because the classes that use the power sword don't really care that much about that anyways, because they are just kind of monstrous with this weapon because the bulwark is top tier anyways, and the assault class, he is super mobile and can take full advantage of things like power rake, and one of the strongest options on this weapon in general is the ability to not only have like massive horde clear off power whirl and power style, but also have incredible amounts of range damage because your power rake does count as a range attack pretty much. It can hit things like zone thropes and neurothropes, and that is made even better on the Xenophase blade we'll get into in a bit. Next weapon here is the combat knife. This is the worst one in the game. I'm putting this one, actually I'm putting it in D tier. There is no reason to use the relic tier combat knives in this game anymore because the Argent Edge and the Power Gladius are just strictly better versions of like all the combat knife options on the relic tier. The only one you might possibly use is the block version if you really want to use a block variant of the combat knife, but that's just not as strong as the other options. And I really do think this one has been totally power crept. The base versions really need like a rework or something because the heroic variants are so damn strong for this weapon that there is just like no point to take a normal combat knife anymore. So I'm putting that down into D tier. Now the next weapon here is the Omniscion Axe. This weapon is very strong. I would almost put this one the S tier, but the thing is, the Tech Marine is like the only class that can use this weapon, and that's also a good thing because he's the only class that could ever use this weapon effectively as well, because the way the Omniscion Axe works is that your heavy attacks like discharge and like your massive double slams, these are only really functional in Tech Marine thanks to his no animation gun strikes, because you can stagger enemies after a parry into your own charge attacks and just like double combo one shot Majoris in the game. The horde clear on this weapon is incredible. The charging attack is amazing to just like ram through Minoris enemies and get armor back relentlessly, and I would say this could definitely be argued an S tier weapon, but it does fall off a little bit where like some of the other weapons do not. So I would say it also goes into like the top of A. I think like this and the Thunder Hammer are both very powerful attacks, and I'm also pretty sure the Thunder Hammer and the Omniscion Axe have the same hitbox. Now for the next melee weapon, we do take the Power Fist here. Now the Power Fist is the best weapon in Space Marine 2 still. This weapon is cracked. The block Power Fist is incredible on Bulwark and Assault. The balance Power Fist is also incredible on these classes because the cleaving potential there is just tremendous and the base damage is actually higher than the block weapon. The Power Fist is a range weapon effectively. If you're unaware, the charge attacks of this weapon with the Tide of Battle perk will give you a 20-meter range on your thrust jabs, which basically makes your Power Fist a ranged weapon that punches Zoanthropes and Neurothropes out of the sky. You can cleave multiple enemies, one-shot Majoris on hard strats and Absolute. This weapon has been top tier for ages. Hell, the Power Fist was top tier back in like patch 8, and they buffed up the block version. They've also buffed the balance version since then, just like they buffed the Power Axe. So Power Fist, S tier, best weapon in Space Marine 2 overall. There are other weapons that perform better than the Power Fist in like some particular scenarios. Like sometimes the Power Axe stagger can be better. Sometimes the Thunder Hammer AoE can be stronger, but the Power Fist overall is just the best in the most scenarios, in my opinion. So for that reason, it is at the top of S. Now, the next thing we have here is the Xenophase Blade for our heroic weapons. Now, the Xenophase Blade, I think this is the best balanced power sword in the game because the heroic perk effect here is called Ancient Technology. This gives you a 20% damage buff on your power rakes, but it also gives you a wider angle on those power rakes. But contrary to popular belief, or I should say, opposed to what most people actually think, this is not just a wider angle, it is also a or horizontal angle, it's also a vertical angle. So your power rake's vertical angle is getting increased as well, is affected by this buff, which means you have a significantly easier time chopping Zoanthropes and Neurothropes and Lanzangors out of the sky. And also the heroic tier here, or the heroic weapon effect here, helps out the Horde clear a ton. So I would say this one is firmly A. I would say it's like, it's on the level of the other power sword. It's not like strictly better. I think it's like, it might be better than the balance options, but the block version of the power sword here is still better for things like Power World. The Xenophase is just better for like anti-air and stuff like that. So very strong options. They're pretty comparable though. Next weapon here is the Storm's Dominion. This is way worse than like most options for the Thunderhammer. Now, the Storm's Dominion, a lot of people like this weapon because it puts out shock areas, but I'll be honest, guys, this is one of the weakest heroic weapons in the entire game currently, mainly because the Thunderhammer really wants like pure damage on the ground slam and aftershock, and that is where most of your attack damage really just comes from on this weapon. And even though the Storm's Dominion actually has the best stat spread for any fencing Thunderhammer option in the game, that being said, it is still weaker in like the block and balance options by significant margins. So for that reason, by a significant margin. So for that reason, Storm's Dominion, I would say, firmly goes into the C tier. The shock areas are not bad. Like with a bulwark, with an assault, you can do some goofy stuff, but like this is more of a gimmick effect than like a proper strong one. And the only time I ever find myself really using this weapon is with like Intimidating Aura or a Gunstrike build, because fencing on a Thunderhammer is just not that strong, and the normal relic tier options are just generally better for balance and block by a significant margin. And that's pretty much all there is for this one. Next we have the Double Edge Relic. Now I know I misnamed it here, but this one, I would honestly go as far to say this one's also C tier. I think that it's kind of fallen off a bit. Now the funny thing here is that you have a combo skip on this weapon where you can skip to your stomp pretty easily. The heroic perk effect is called Fist Fight. You will go immediately into a punch instead of a kick on your chainsword attack, and you will also have the option to skip to your stomp and use a double stomp with more heavy attack damage. So it is good for that. That being said, the new White Scar's chainsword is actually better for stomping than this weapon is, and also just better overall. And I would also say the balance window here really hurts this weapon. If this is a block weapon, it would feel way better, because the big issue here is a double stomp is pretty good in Space Marine 2 in theory. The issue comes that if you have a balanced parry window, you don't have the stagger of the Adrenaline Surge charges of the White Scar's chainsword, and because of that, you can't actually stagger the enemies into your stomp as easily. So a lot of times when you are using the double edge relic tier here, or heroic tier, it is just going to get interrupted all the time, which feels pretty awful. So for that reason, I would say it's more of a gimmick effect. It's not awful, just like the Storm's Dominion. It's just that it kind of underperforms compared to the better relic tier options here. Next perk here, or next weapon here, is Death's Grasp. And this is the heroic power fist. This is the heroic power fist with the heroic perk effect called Follow Up Shot. This will give you more. Hold on, we'll cut that out. This is the heroic power fist with the heroic perk effect Follow Up Shot that will give you 200% bonus line attack. This is the heroic power fist with the heroic perk effect follow-up shot. This gives you 200% bonus light attack damage and cuts your heavy attack damage in half, and you also get a gunstrike opportunity after every single execute. So this weapon is really strong for new players. Like, the light attack damage here is very substantial. You will get a ton of armor back on armor reinforcement builds because of that, and this is a very strong weapon. Like, I think this one is firmly up here in the A tier. I do think it is weaker like the block and balance fist, because these ones just like nuclear bomb bosses and stuff like that. But as far as like overall effectiveness is concerned for hard strats and operations, Death's Grasp is super easy to use, super effective, and when you build it around like armor reinforcement with all those gun strikes, you will have a very easy time in your game, especially against Tyranids. So really strong option. Next thing we have here is the White Scar's Chainsword. This is one of the best melee weapons in the entire game right now. This gives you 3 Adrenaline Surge stacks, which is newly added to patch 13. And I have to say, the White Scar's Chainsword is like up here in the S tier. It is significantly better than like all the Relic tier Chainsword options. The speed here gives you a ton of utility, and the damage here is top tier as well. It also allows you to do things like stagger enemies into your stomp attacks. This thing can like one combo Extremis and stuff like that. It is a top tier weapon in the game currently, and really, now, this is just one of the most entertaining weapons to use in the game, period. The speed increase here brings us back to like the Artificer Chainsword from patch 8 and below, and because of that, it just feels really fun to use this weapon. It does a ton of damage, it is good on all difficulties and all game modes, and having a block weapon like this is just super great to have in the game again. I think this one firmly goes up in the S, and is above most weapons in Space Marine 2 currently. Next weapon we have here is the Argent Edge. This also goes up in the S. This is the best fencing weapon in all of Space Marine 2, mainly because every single parry you do with this weapon will give you a gunstrike opportunity, and a gunstrike opportunity staggering an enemy, that is not only going to give you more gunstrike perk effects, but you will also just have a way safer time against stun locks in the game, because some of the most annoying enemies in Space Marine 2 are things like a melee Terminator, things like a Lictor or a Ravener triple hit comboing you, where you can't just instantaneously, like, get your parry off for a gun strike immediately, and you're stuck in these like combo chains that you're forced to block or parry. And this one, removing those enemies from their own combo chains, it is god tier for that alone, but also has a very high base damage, and you also do damage on every single parry. And the only downside of this weapon is that the actual block window here, or the perfect parry window, is closer to a block weapon, so it's a little bit harder to use for like newer players, but it is a top tier option, definitely the best fencing weapon in all of Space Marine 2. Next weapon here is the Power Gladius. Now, the Power Gladius is, in my opinion, still a top tier weapon in Space Marine 2. It's definitely a top tier heroic option. I don't know if I'd firmly put it in the S tier overall. Actually, no, I definitely would, because the perk effect here is called Agile Strike. Every perfect dodge, you will get a 120% melee damage buff to your next attack with a 1 second lingering duration, and that can be stacked up to 3 times for a 360% damage buff. And on a class like Tactical, you can straight up one-shot a boss off Auspex and a double Shadow Stab with those stacks off in the proper setup, and that alone kind of puts it up here. This weapon has come in clutch so many times because in Space Marine 2, being able to damage nuke is such a potent effect, and this does that phenomenally well. The only issue I have with this weapon is that it is a balanced parry window, so it is overall like less safe than the Argent Edge. But that being said, if you're playing like a sniper or something, can go cloak, it's very easy to use. And also the melee damage here is top tier, and it's firmly above like every single combat knife option in the game, in my opinion. Now, the next weapon here is the Ultima Ratio. D tier, this weapon sucks ass. The Ultima Ratio is just a garbage weapon in Space Marine 2. The Omniscient Axe rush damage here is actually worse than the balanced version, on top of hitting like no breakpoints for your Mighty Blast perk to like double combo enemies. This is like such a gimmick weapon. It may technically be like the best fencing option for the Omniscient Axe, but fencing on the Omniscient Axe isn't that strong in the first place, so firmly down to D tier. This is probably not only like the worst melee weapon in the game, but also the worst heroic in the game, so for that reason, down here. Now, that next weapon we have here is the Encarmine Power Axe. Now, this is a brand new Power Axe heroic variant in Space Marine 2 patch 13. The heroic perk effect here is called Sanguine Edge. You are able to store up your riposte after a perfect parry or perfect block. Well, in this case, it's perfect block because it's a block weapon. So you are able to store up your power backstep and use it on command with a heavy attack after a power stance, which is super nice. And the big thing here is you are giving up damage on the relic tier option for the power axe and like doubling your speed on your attacks, and your cleaving potential here is tremendous. And like I mentioned at the beginning of this video, you actually have an increased hit target ratio, not hit target ratio, that's not the word at all. You have an increased option to hit. And like I said at the beginning of this video, you are able to hit more enemies now with Power Wave than you were in patch 12, and that affected this weapon a ton. You can really line up a huge power riposte on this weapon, and it's really fun to use. I would say the utility here is quite high. I don't think I would quite rank it above the standard Power Axe, but if you want to put this up in the S tier, it's pretty damn close. You know what, I'll put it up here because I think this one is pretty comparable to the other relic tier options, and the relic tier options are all in the S tier here, so it's kind of unfair to not put this one up here as well. I think these are all great choices, and that's pretty much all there is for the melee weapon tier list here, guys. I think this is a pretty fair placement of all these weapons currently. I really do think we should take a look at like these four at the bottom, the combat knife and ultimate ratio especially. Like this weapon here needs like a whole perk rework, but for the most part, they're all in a pretty good spot. And like these ones just need like a bit of a buff to like their overall damage or just perk effects. Like maybe that would help out a bit, but the balance window here is holding this one back, and the shock area is just not remotely as damaging as it should be. And that's pretty much all there is for this one, guys. Let me know what weapon you think is best for the melee weapons here among the heroics and the relic tier. I know a lot of people have conflicting opinions, and just keep in mind, guys, just because something is up here in the S tier does not mean you cannot use the B tier chainsword, does not mean you cannot use things like the normal combat knife. Use whatever you want in Space Marine 2. It is your game. You do not have to listen to me and just like only pick top tier options, because Space Marine 2 is not about just like grinding out the best possible build 24/7. The whole reason we have like, you know, over a dozen melee weapons now for the heroic and normal relic tier is because it's just to give you more build variety, and more build variety is what keeps these games fun in the first place. Just keep that in mind. And if you like content like this, subscribe for more. And as always, thanks for watching. If you want to watch me live to ask me questions about the game or just come hang out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description, and also a link to my community Discord. Take it easy. Bye. Lord, thank you for the Prime. You know I'm cooked when I know all the heroic effects off the top of my fucking head in this game, dude. We do have to listen to what you say is best. You're like the Walmart brand. No, you really don't, guys. You do not have to listen to what I say is best in Space Marine 2. It is not that kind of game. This is not a sweats game, guys. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, if you play this game like a sweat, you're just gonna get made fun of. Like, that's just not where the player base is at. Like, it doesn't care. Like, this game's player base literally thinks that fencing is still the best option, okay, in a lot of cases. That's what you have to understand. Play whatever you want. Like, play whatever the fuck you want. It does not matter. The whole point of Space Marine 2 with all these new weapons is build variety. That is the point of the game. Yeah, you are the Space Marine 2. I am the SM2 guy. That is mathematically factual, but that doesn't mean that I have the god opinion on everything. Pearl clutching and bonds of brotherhood. That's what I mean, dude. It's pearl clutching bonds of brotherhood, dude. I've given up with arguing with casual players about like what's good in this game. I don't care, dude. I just give them setups I know are good, and they can go do with that whatever they want. I personally just run balanced melee weapons most of the time because it is So basically, tactical melee is whack until heroic weapons. Kind of, dude. So you can take, well, the block chainsword's probably like, so fencing weapons are good on him. Okay, so because he's very squishy, and having a fencing option is very strong for him. It's just that the best fencing option in the game is the heroic knife. The best balanced knife option in the game, the best balanced weapon in the game for him is the heroic combat knife Power Gladius, and the best block weapon in the game for him is the heroic White Scars chain swords. Like, these are all almost strict upgrades to the other relic tier options, but these all function. Okay, like when we say like the chain sword is B and the combat knife is the worst, it's only because these are power crept by these. It's not their shit. You know, they're all viable. What's up, FTG? First time tuning into Twitch. Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. How are you, guy? Yeah, of course, that makes sense. Thanks. No problem, dude. No problem at all, brother. Yeah, so it is a little whack, but like, okay, so I'll say if you want, if we're talking like what should you buy first, personally, if you're a brand new player, the easiest one to use is probably Argent Edge, because this the benefit of a fencing weapon in this game is that you don't actually have to interact with the more obnoxious mechanics in Space Marine 2, which are stun locks, and because of that, the fencing weapon parry window here, this will help you out tremendously in just interrupting enemies, and if you don't have to deal with the full combo loop of an enemy, your time is going to be significantly easier in the game, so that's why I usually recommend this one for a new player, but you know, they're all good. Like, use whatever you want. They'll all function. Especially if you're leveling, because like usually if you don't have all the heroic weapons, you're probably still leveling some classes, so like you'll have time to like build up your accolades and like learn the other weapons in the game, so it's not like a huge rush. I'll grab some water real quick because my fucking throat is dying. Shelly Shepard, thank you for tier 1 for 3 months in advance. Wow, thank you very much, brother. Should I get Retribution's request, or should I wait? It's a good option. I don't think it's as strong as it used to be compared to some of the other heroic options, but it's definitely good. Definitely a good weapon. Okay. Any advice for the current hard weekly? I have a whole guide on that, but if you really want to use a broken build, here, I'll show you, dude. Just take Bulwark or Defensive Mastery right now and build full tank, and you'll probably be okay. Let me show you this. This shit here. This is the busted perk combo right now. Okay. I fucked up somewhere there. I remember where it was exactly, but okay. All right, so we'll do all the heroic weapons on top of it. Because people have asked for that. Anybody else using the Steam controller? I'm not using the Steam controller, bro. Wait, what new class? There's a new class confirmed in the game. We don't know what it is yet. I do Siege today. Zambit's sick, unfortunately. I asked them. So we were all wrong about the White Scar's Chainsword. I've seen multiple people say you actually need Extremis, including myself. I updated this guy. I'll post it eventually, but you can actually reach the breakpoint of this weapon just taking Majora's to one combo and Extremis in this game. Kind of funny, but kind of funny. All right. Zambit is sick. I know he is. Look at his gameplay. Yeah, they're sick. They have Nurgle's Plague right now. Okay. What's the next one we can do? Could do a secondary tier list. Could do a secondary tier list. What do you think of it? What do you think of that, guys? The second, so normally I don't do a secondary tier list because I'm like, there's no point, but we actually have two, so we have two heroic ones now, and we also have a brand new carbiner here. And I do like a little bit of a carbiner, so we're gonna make something for that. Which heroic weapon would you recommend against the first heroic weapon to help level up other weapons? That's actually a phenomenal question. I actually have a video on this. It's still mostly up to date from last patch. If you're trying to level up your weapons, heroic heavy bolt rifle is really good for leveling up this because this weapon is on both the... This is the best weapon on the Tech Marine. This is also on Tactical. It's also on the Heavy class, so you can buy that. The Heavy Bolter here, the heroic Heavy Bolter, or like any of these, all of these weapons suck ass until they're like the relic tier anyway, so if you buy like a Chains of Duty, if you buy a heroic heavy plasma, these will all help you level up tremendously faster. And also the ultimate ratio, despite us just shitting on it, this is a good weapon to buy to level up your Omni-Cyanax because these bottom ones suck ass way more than this one does. So this is what I used when the Tech Marine came out. Thanks for the recommendation. No problem, brother. Thank you, Slick Rick, for the Prime. I will definitely use the Bulwark bug and hope they don't fix it in the next few hours. Now, so they're probably going to fix it next week. Like, Saber, they usually, like, release a hot... So they usually release, like, 1 or 2 hot fixes. Or actually, they use, like, 2 to 3 hot fixes in between a patch. And then they take a break for, like, a month. For like 2 months and don't update the game at all, and they update it again with like a major patch, and it goes on and on. But guys, I gotta say, Purgation update for me. This game is really good right now. I have to say, Space Marine 2 is looking really fucking good in the future, guys. I am very excited to see how this game turns out. I mean, I look back at like when I started playing this game, I'm like, holy shit, dude. Not only is this game now like a permanent portion of like my life history, It's also just a significantly better game than what I played initially, and I can't believe that shit. Also, guys on YouTube, if you want to go over to Twitch, there are Twitch drops still. They're running. Ton of Twitch drops. Okay. Let's see here. What are we gonna do next? Well, let's get the image for this one. Was there are Twitch drops? Instantly had to join. Yeah, guys, everyone on YouTube, there are Twitch drops. There are Twitch drops going on. I know they didn't really announce it properly, but the whole game is on sale. There are Victor's Guard gauntlets, so like they're probably gonna be drip feeding this throughout the rest of year 2, I imagine. That's what they will be doing, almost certainly. Hi, what's up, Dex-Mex? How you doing? How are you? So is there a Victor's Guard armor set? Not yet. So we have parts of it, okay? So basically, they added in like... We had leaks for a champion set. Maybe they'll add that separately. Like we have an honor guard helmet. We have the gauntlets off Twitch drops. So like we're getting like little pieces of it. It's like a little collectathon, okay? So one day we'll probably have like a chest piece, and they'll have like legs, they'll have like a shield, we'll have like a backpack, probably like a cape too or some shit. Like just give it time. Just give it time. Give it time, Jack. Give it time. Cosmetic DLC still sucks, yeah. Do you think Rav weapons will make a return? Possibly. Where the full thing will be out in 5 months for $50. Now this one's probably gonna be free, because like these are all heroic items. I'm Milkbridge of the Prime for 4 months. Hey FTG, been a while. How you been? I'm doing great, dude. I was just saying how happy I am to play this game. I was just talking about it. I was just talking about it, chat. Lightning Claw is probably the most requested melee weapon. There's a consensus most requested ranged weapon. I don't know if there. Actually, I would say the most requested ranged weapon in this game is probably a Storm Bolter. Probably a Storm Bolter, bro. I know these are the bank standing streams these days, man. A riveting gameplay from FTG. Does FTG actually play Space Marine 2 anymore? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. You never know. He does occasionally. The answer is yes. Occasionally we do. But sometimes I just like to hang out. I like to hang out. I like to hang out because I'm a little guy, you know. New class probably be a chaplain. Yeah, that's my expectation as well. That is my expectation as well, guy in chat. That is also what I would believe to be the case. Is that we were gonna get a chaplain. Because chaplain is something they've talked about before. What FOV do you run? 1.25. Here, we're gonna do this. Okay, so we got that. Let me just put that in the thingy. Sorry, it's taking me a second, guys. I'm not a very organized person, I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually quite disorganized. Exceptionally disorganized, actually. I try. I've gotten better over time, but like... There's a reason I'm a YouTuber streamer and not working a 9 to 5, and it's because my brain can't comprehend normal schedules. Or normal, or my brain fundamentally is broken, and I deserve to be a McDonald's employee, for being honest, but I'd probably still be bad at that. But at least I can, you know, occasionally have a normal schedule. I think I could shake a fry basket pretty good. I'll be real, guys. I think I could do that. That's within my power. Pretty well, I should say. Pretty good. I guess I could start anytime, though, right? Okay, let's do this. Is the Bulwark perk bug fixed? No. They have not updated the game yet. There is no update to the game. If it is patched, you will know. What bug are you talking about? I'm talking about the one where the game is currently bugged where the Bulwark Defensive Mastery perk will just one-shot everything. It'll just fucking one-shot everything. There's no cooldown. There's no Bulwark bug? Shh. Too late, you have a whole video on it. I swear to God, if people think that like I'm the reason for a bug that obvious getting fixed, this game's community is pretty lost. Okay. That's right, guys. I will be the sacrificial lamb, dude. It is my duty as SM2 content creator guy to just take all the shit. If anything goes wrong in this game, just blame me. It is my fault. Ask the blame. FTG, you're basically an executive at Focus. What do you mean? Yeah. Just part of the job, dude. Listen, as many of you know, I am from the Boston, and listen, people on the Boston streets are not exactly nice, dude. So like that trained me for a YouTube comment section. Because I still have like yet to hear a single insult in the YouTube, or read a single insult in the YouTube comment section or in a Twitch chat that comes close to just like a random Boston guy you cut off on the road. I was trying to get to my probation. That was British. I don't know what I'm doing there. Okay. Hey kid, you got some cigarettes? Born and raised in an IRL YouTube comment section. Yeah, dude. So you're the reason we got that sniper skin. Yep. Definitely me. It's all me, chat. You know. Okay, we have the secondary tier list here now. It's Defo Chaplain. Yeah, I would say it's definitely the Chaplain. I would say so. Is the Argent good? The Argent Edge good? Absolutely, dude. Absolutely, it's good. Isn't it a question, bro? Is the Argent Edge good? He asked. Yes, it is quite powerful. And by quite powerful, I mean it's one of the best weapons in the entire fucking game, dog. It's pretty intense. We had a tier list of FTG's tier list. Here, let's compile all the tier lists together and call it the tier list. Tier listing every tier list in Space Marine 2. Alright, let's go do our tier list here. Usually I skip over the secondary one, but this time we actually have new secondaries. We have a new secondary, so like it seems kind of necessary, right? Hey guys, first regards in here, I'll be talking about every single secondary weapon in Space Marine 2 patch 13 for the Purgation update and tier listing them. Now, we will be talking about the brand new bolt carbine option and the heroic variants we have. So starting off, we're going to... Actually, hold on, let's just retake that. Hey guys, first regards in here, I'll be talking about every single secondary weapon in Space Marine 2 patch 13 for the Purgation update. And now we will be talking about the brand new bolt carbine secondary we have here on top of the heroic variants, because a lot of you have asked for me to cover like all the heroic options in comparison to the relic tier. So we'll be doing that today, starting off with the Inferno pistol. Now, the Inferno pistol is a pretty good gun in Space Marine 2 right now. For a long time, this weapon had horrific gun strike damage, but they did buff that up in like patch 12, and ever since, I think this is actually a pretty top tier secondary option. I would put the Inferno pistol in A. It has great ammo economy, great CHP regen, and also armor regen for classes that usually lack that. It also fits very well into builds that like want some Hormigaunt horde clear and stuff like that for Minoris enemies, so a really good option. And the gun strikes may not be ridiculously damaging on this still, but they do have like a massive AoE effect, and the stagger here is very nice. If you're unaware, for a lot of the classes in Space Marine 2, 2, having a stagger on your secondary is super nice for like missile cannon terminators, because if they are shooting their minigun at you, being able to like one-shot them and stagger them with a weapon like this is super valuable for your build. So Inferno Pistol kind of firmly goes into A tier because of that for me. Now the next weapon here is the Neo Volkite. Now this weapon got buffed up in patch 13. They have upped the heat speed, and they have also upped the contested health recovery. It feels way better now. My main issue with the Neo Volkite, though, is that this weapon does not fit very well as like a melee class secondary, in my opinion. So like Assault and Bulwark, I don't like this weapon that much on them. When it comes to classes that already have a primary option, like the Tech Marine, like the Vanguard, this one's actually pretty good. I used to put it down here in the B, but I think it has moved up into the A. The heat speed increase feels significantly better. The contested health recovery buff is a little less substantial in my opinion, but the big utility of the Neo Volkite is that you can one-shot spore mines, you just laser beam all the cultists. It is a very strong weapon for that, and on a class that has a primary option, I think that's firmly in the A, and like for maybe a melee class I put in the B, but still, overall, Neo Volkite's pretty good at the moment. Next perk here, or next weapon here, is the Heavy Bolt Pistol. Now, the Heavy Bolt Pistol is still S tier, okay? This is still one of the best weapons in the game. They also fixed up the gun strike values to be pre-patch 13 values in 13.1 for the hotfix, so the Heavy Bolt Pistol Firepower variant and the Heroic edition we'll get into later, these all have very high gun strike damage, and this one is a very good option for dealing with zoanthropes and stuff like that. On a lot of the melee builds for Bulwark and Assault, I do find myself taking the Heavy Bolt Pistol over the Plasma Pistol for the Tyranid faction, mainly because the headshot multiplier here is just very strong for us against those zoanthropes and neurothropes, and the ammo reserve option is actually pretty ammo efficient, so S tier for sure for like gun strike damage, just like a general use case scenario. Next weapon here is the Plasma Pistol. This weapon is also S tier. You know, they actually buffed this one up in patch 13, and the rate of fire version was already like a god tier weapon in Space Marine 2 for the secondary options in patch 12 and below, and these days the Plasma Pistol in like every single variant is very strong. Even its heroic option is also S tier, and we'll get into that later, but the Plasma Pistol here, top tier CHP recovery, top tier damage output on classes like Tactical especially. It is a super strong and versatile secondary option. The only place this gun kind of sucks is number one, the ammo economy, because it's not very ammo efficient, and also just like the general ability to do headshot damage at all, because all the plasma weapons in Space Marine 2 lack a headshot damage multiplier, so enemies like a Neurothrope or Zoanthrope, they are a little more obnoxious to the Plasma Pistol, but that being said, its upsides more than make up for that, and is firmly an S tier weapon in my opinion. Now, the next one here is the Standard Bolt Pistol. I think this one is pretty good in the game. I'd probably put this up in the A tier, I think. Now, the Bolt Pistol got a damage buff a while back. The gun strike damage is also quite high on this now as well. And ever since like patch 11 with the buff they did for this in the Reclamation update, it's been pretty good on all variants. Like the damage here is quite strong and the CHP recovery is quite high. Now, for a long time, the Bolt Pistol was like really suffering because your contested health recovery on this weapon just sucked ass, and like I mentioned before, on the melee classes in Space Marine 2, lacking contested health recovery from your secondary just sucks on those classes because they really do rely on range fire in a lot of cases to recover their CHP, so you are limiting yourself tremendously on these weapons. If they don't have a contested health recovery, it's pretty high, so this weapon getting buffed there firmly puts in the A for me. Now, the next weapon here is the new secondary bolt carbine. This weapon is interesting, okay? So this one definitely needs a buff. Let's be very clear. The secondary bolt carbine needs a buff in Space Marine 2. Its damage output is just not where it should be, like pretty flat out, I'd say. I think most players have been struggling with like killing Zoanthropes, even at point blank at times to this thing. The ammo economy is alright on this one, but that would definitely be buffed up by a damage increase. And my bigger issue with the bolt carbine is that the perk tree is very limited. There are 4 perks in the top row of this weapon that just suck ass for like the entire setup of like the weapon's archetype, I guess, where like you have a reduced spread, you have things like a remote threat for more damage at range. I don't really know what Saber was trying to cook on the bolt carbine. The gun strike damage here is also not that high. It's pretty comparable to the Inferno pistol, if not like a little bit higher. But overall, the secondary bolt carbine, I think it is firmly in the B. This weapon is really only good because its contested health recovery is very high, and this is also only found on the Bulwark and Assault, and because of that, they do want that contested health recovery. And I have taken this into Chaos and Tyranids on hard strats and Absolute, and it does perform pretty well there in the solo for like maintaining your HP. So for that reason, I would not put it in like the C or D tier, but definitely needs a base damage buff. The damage here is definitely lacking, and hopefully they fix that in the future. So for now, B tier, bolt carbine, not great, not terrible. Next weapon here is the Retribution's Bequest Heroic Heavy Bolt Pistol. This weapon is in the S tier, in my opinion. It's kind of hard not to put this up here for putting the heavy bolt pistol up here, because this is really like a side grade to the relic tier options. The ammo economy here is a bit worse, but your base damage is much higher, and the heroic perk effect here is called No Help Is Coming. Every time you body shot a reinforcement calling Majoris, you will be able to just stop the reinforcement call in one shot, and if you headshot them, you will instantly kill them. Now, on absolute difficulty and hard stratagems, being able to stop a reinforcement calling enemy by a single insta-kill headshot will prevent them from going in rage, because anytime you are stopping a reinforcement call on those higher difficulties, the enemy will immediately go in rage, and that'll give them a full HP heal. So even if you do stop the reinforcement call, you're wasting a ton of ammo. So this one actually conserves its lower ammunition count because of that, by one-shotting them on the initial headshot and then just like eliminating the ranged enemy on top of that reinforcement call. And also the gun strike damage here is still the highest in the game as of 13.1 as far as I'm aware, so really good for gun strike builds as well. Next weapon here is the Heroic Plasma Pistol. This weapon is brand new to patch 13. What can we say about the Heroic Plasma Pistol? This weapon hits like a truck. This is a S tier weapon. I actually go as far as say, like, for some builds, it is like the best secondary in the entire game. You will one-shot Majoris with this weapon. You will do tremendous staggering damage to the extremists and bosses in the game. All right, here we go. Let's just go in here. Let's talk about it again. The next weapon here is the Heroic Plasma Pistol. Now, the Heroic Plasma Pistol is a top tier option in Space Marine 2. This has the Heroic perk effect, Overcharged Plasma Coils. You will only get charge shots on this gun, and your charge shots will do increased damage. And when it says increased damage, it means you will straight up one-shot Majoris in the game. You will damn near one-shot some of the extremists in the game, even without Auspex. This thing can put out a ridiculous amount of damage, and the major downside here is that you will overheat on the first shot, and the charge-up time is like 5 business days. But that being said, as a secondary weapon for classes that have a primary range weapon, like the Tech Marine, like Tactical especially, that this is best on, this is a pretty much just like a pocket heavy plasma. Like, it's basically a heavy plasma as your secondary weapon, but it's actually better than that because the damage here is better than the heavy plasma is, and it's a secondary weapon in Space Marine 2, which is pretty funny. I think the Heroic Plasma Pistol is a very strong weapon. It might be like a little bit below the standard one in utility, but overall, for damage, this one is king, and you can build it to like fire 2 shots instead, and damn near like one-shot bosses, if not straight up one-shot them on Auspex. So really, really powerful option. Just be a bit careful with this one, because on the Assault class and the Bulwark class, this one is not that strong for like CHP recovery at all, because if you like fail to charge up your shot a single time and get an execute, you do not have a range option to recover your HP, which is very difficult for those classes. But on those other classes like Tech Marine Tactical, it is a great option. Final one here though is the Honorific Relic Tier Bolt Pistol. This weapon is probably in the B tier over here with the bolt carbine, if not below. I actually put it below. I think the only time I ever take this one these days is if I want to use the Pattern of Excellence perk on the sniper class, because the 3-round burst mechanic of this heroic bolt pistol will trigger that perk on every single individual shot. So all you have to do is just fire your bolt pistol into an enemy's head and you'll get back your bomb. And because of that, it's pretty good for that build, but every other build I would just take a normal bolt pistol on, because their gun strike damage can be better on the firepower, the ammo economy feels better, you feel like you waste shots all the time on this thing on the Minoris. This one definitely got power crept a bit, and for that reason I do think it's down here in the C tier. I think the normal bolt carbine's like actually better than this one is right now. But that is pretty much all there is for the secondary tier list for patch 13. You know, we have a lot of secondaries coming in the game. I'm very curious to see what the heroic bolt carbine will look like, especially after this one gets buffed, which will almost certainly happen, or the heroic inferno pistol, because hopefully we get like a Perdition pistol for a Dante build at some point in the future. Maybe the Neo Volkite will like apply burn, but we'll see what they do with that in the future. Let me know what you think is the best secondary weapon in Space Marine 2 and how you'd rank this list. And as always, guys, thank you for watching. If you like content like this, subscribe for more. If you want to watch me live to ask me questions about the game or just come hang out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description. I'll also have a link to my community Discord. And as always, thank you for watching. Take it easy. Bye. You're awesome, FTG. Thank you, brother. You're awesome, guy. Okay. The tier list when? They're all S tier, dude. Give me a goddamn Volkite caliber. I just want like a Volkite ice weapon. How cool would it be if you had a Neo Volkite in this game? You could fire off and just like freeze enemies. I know that makes no sense because that is not at all what a Neo Volkite. This is actually the opposite because it's a microwave gun. But what if we just said fuck it, we had an ice laser beam? There was a way to get 2 shots off of the heroic plasma pistol. Yeah, you just take this perk. Let's leave you on 90% overheat. F tier or staple S tier. I know. Okay. Also, guys, in the chat, guys, all the people in the chat, if you have not joined, the community Discord, go do that. There's a link below. Tier in German means animal, dude. Are you some kind of animal or a different kind of beast? That's what they always say, right? Let's see what we got. Also, go to the Twitch for Twitch drops. You guys aren't doing that. All right, 1 second. I'll return shortly. Very shortly. And we're cybernetic appendages? Same, dude. Don't we all? Don't we all need cyber? That'd be fucking incredible, chat. FTG released that new class video. It literally instantly, damn, just pulled this from the Space Marine 2 Discord. Yeah, they love me there, definitely. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. They fucking love me over there, totally. No, they didn't appreciate my news slot for a bit over there. Not gonna lie, did not appreciate. The community managers definitely did not appreciate me religiously taking everything they said and quoting them. But you know, times are tough. It's not my fault. That's how they communicate. I mean, IRL, I could use a Cybern. I'll just spend each difficulty from moving to the next. Dude, I've been maxed on all classes for like I was maxed at every class in this game within 5 days. I just went straight to Ruthless like immediately. I played like a few substantial matches when I first started and just immediately moved up. And then I got all these classes maxed in a week again for Prestige 4. So I did absolute difficulty exclusively for all of that. But as for what you should do is whatever difficulty you are comfortable with. I see you did not complete the trials. Every trial costs 20 bucks. You want to complete one trial? It costs 20 bucks. Otherwise, we're not doing them. You get one trial, but maybe we'll do a discount. $30 for 2. And that would come out to be like, I don't know, 5 memberships or something. The discount day. We're going to be charitable. Otherwise, I'm not doing them, dude. Why would I ever do the trials, dude? I've gone through more trial. I have done my trials, dude. I've gone through, like, the Witcher trials of grasses, okay? I've seen... I earned this shit. I earned all of these stupid cosmetics here before there was anything to unlock, basically. There we go. I earned all of these. Back in the Dark Ages. I went live. I went live on like a random day, okay? I went live at like midnight. Lucky pants with the 5 tier 1s. Alright, you get a trial. Very well. I assume that was for a trial? Fine. Which one? This one? Maneuver across the battlefield quickly and unexpected by performing power jump past the jump pack. Okay. What do I have to do? Alright.
I am the righteous storm. That pitiful Xenos was but no horrid blood. Well, Xenos burn.
Oh, did I fuck it up? Does the land on? Does it even take my build into account? I have no idea. I think it does actually. Hold on. Here's how we do this. The bait is strong with me today. How do we get dropped? You just watch the stream and then link your account on the official website. Here, I'll put a link to that for you. Wait, why did it tell me the fucking title menu, dude? FTG, have you seen the Magna Carta? You've seen the Eye of Horus. I don't think I've seen that. Alright, this one here. This is Ravine. If you want to incorporate, if you're still here, Ravine, this is the link to the game, to like the website to link your account for the, because the website link is not working at all on the Twitch thing. So If you want that, you do it that way. One for $20 or three for $60. I just realized after you said the little like Jamie from JRE heard this before. Lol. I've never heard anybody call me Jamie from Joe Rogan, but I'll take it, dude. Did you see they're releasing another Witcher 3 DLC? Yeah, I did see that. I have, dude, I have a degenerate amount of time. I have 2,000 hours on The Witcher 3. No, I have 1,400 hours on it. That's a lot of time, though. That's a lot of time for that fucking game. That's a lot of time for that fucking game, dude. I've been playing, dude. I've never been more hyped for a video game in my life than The Witcher 3. Let me tell you, I was but a wee lad. I was 17 years old when The Witcher 3 came out, dude. I was like, holy shit! I spent my entire salary on getting a GTX 970 so I could play it. That was the peak. That was the peak. That was the peak. We peaked, honestly. We've been falling off ever since. Here, let's just do this. Precision strike. Just one-shot them. So they complete the trials. So this guy paid, so we gotta get 3.
I am the righteous God descendant. I see a vile tyrant. The world this Xenos sought to consume now consumes it.
There we go. 1 trial done. We're 1 step closer, dude. Did a 3-star, dude. 3-star first, like 3rd try. Another trial is 5 gifted. Y'all heard the band. Yeah, that's true, guys. Another trial. That's 1 trial done. Another trial is 5 gifted. It's a going rate. Just so the end completed, you're done. Lucky fans? Yes. Wait, he hasn't done the trials yet? Fuck no, dude. Why would I do my trials? I've been going through trials my whole life, dude. Why would I do this? Why would I do it in a fucking video game, bro? Every day is a trial. Technically, right? You should do a Mantis Warrior trip for your salt. That's actually not a bad idea. Ads make the stream unwatchable, honestly. Yeah. If you remember, though, you don't get any ads. There is that. That's how Twitch usually works. Well, this is if you turn on that setting, which I did. Alright, let's do the next tier list, shall we? Let's do all the primary weapons, because you guys fucking love your primary guns in this game. Now, I went through the painstaking process of, getting all of these. So... this should be everything. I don't actually know where I put some of these. And we're also going to compare them all to their... since that's what you guys like. Do that as well. Okay, Melta. Okay. Right, here we are. This is every single fucking one of them. This is literally every weapon in the game. Every primary weapon. They don't even all fit on screen, but they're all here. They're all here. Trust, trust, trust. What monitor do you have, FTG? I have the Nintendo Switch. That's how I play on. I play on a handheld Nintendo Switch device. Very intense. Are heroics excluded from this list, or only? No, we are doing the heroics as well. We are doing the heroics as well. They will all be on the list. Because you guys kept asking for me to do that, so we will. And there are not that many heroic primaries in the game. You only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm not missing anyone, right? It's only 5. Oh no, 6. Excuse me. Raft Instigator as well. Is there even any point using the auto bolt rifle? Nah. Or this one's. I guess, spoiler alert, auto bolt rifle still goes into fucking D tier because this gun sucks. Let's make sure we combine. Let's clean this up a little bit. Let's clean this up. Okay. Alright, let's put all the bolt carbines. Get marksman carbine and the bolt carbine. A lot of these guns are very good right now, so it's hard to complain about a lot of these guns. It really is. We're on a pretty good spot. Oh, right there. I think you're missing the relic heavy bolter. No, you just can't see it on the screen. It's right here. It's just like it'll move up as we go further down the list. I mean, I guess we could like squish this a little bit less, huh? Like this. Doesn't fit, dude. It's too intense. There's an extensive list of weaponry, boys. A truly staggering amount of weapons. Okay, water time, and then we're gonna just let it rip, dude. We're gonna let it rip. You guys ever just like go online, you just go like, fuck yeah, bro. It's time to like just rip a good old tier list. The melt rifle over here. Oh man, where would I put these guns these days? Where would I put all of these guns? This is actually hard. This is the hardest list we've done all day. The hardest list we have done all day, boys. This is it. I'm gonna have some controversial takes. I'm probably gonna misplace some things on like where they should probably be because this is actually difficult, but I'll say in the video. Anyways. First off though, let me change my outfit in game. You guys like my heavy, by the way. Multi-Melta is S tier. I don't think the Multi-Melta is S tier anymore. I think the heavy bolter is actually better than the maybe. Actually, no, heavy plasma, Multi-Melta. As far as guns go, they are very effective weapons. They're still top tier. I still put them in the S tier. I mean, heavy. The fact that heavy can just like single-handedly rely on these weapons to just live Yeah, Pyre Cannon probably goes in B. This weapon's contested health recovery sucks. It really needs to be on a better class. Or it needs to be like if he had a melee weapon, this would be way better. But the Pyre Blaster is just way stronger, way stronger than the Pyre Cannon because it's on a better class for it. My Space Submarine too. I typoed one of my titles again. I always do that because I always back out of it. Fuck. Anyways. One right, yep. Okay. Hey guys, first regardsman here, and I'll be talking about every single primary weapon in Space Marine 2 patch 13 for the Purgation update. Now, since a lot of you have asked me to like compare these to the heroic tier options, I will also be doing that on this list. And I'll be honest guys, this is a hard list to make. Like a lot of these guns are pretty damn strong at the moment. I want to say like up front that there really isn't like a god awful weapon in Space Marine 2 for the primary selection anymore, well aside from one, but there are still some discrepancies between them, but for the most part, they're all in a pretty strong spot. So if you want to use one of these, just keep in mind, this is just my opinion, and you can take whatever you want. You don't have to use what I put in S tier or like C tier or whatever. Now, the number one we have, fuck, close again. Hold on 1 second, guys, 1 second. Okay, let's just do this. Hey guys, first regardsman here, and I'll be talking about every single primary weapon in Space Marine 2 patch 13 for the Purgation update and tier listing them. Now, a lot of you have asked me to compare the relic tier options with the heroic tier options, so I'll be doing that on this list today as well. But I do want to say before we get into this that there really isn't like a god awful weapon in Space Marine 2 right now for the primary selection, though, except for one, because audible rifle sucks. But the big thing here is that if you want to use an S tier weapon or like an A tier weapon or a B tier weapon, you can take whatever you want. Don't take my opinion as gospel. It's just my opinion on. Fuck, you know, where we take that. This is the hardest list all day. This is the hardest list all day because like there's actually like a real discrepancy between some of these. Excuse me. Have you ever made an enemy lethality tier list? We could do that. Biovores go into S tier. They're so like silently oppressive to you in this game that like they deserve to be up there. FTG can't spell, can't talk, can't make a good tier list. Why do we keep you around, bro? That's a good question, dude. What are you guys doing? Why am I still here? It's interesting to see such hear your video process live. Well, usually it's smoother than this. We've been talking nonstop for like a week, so we're a little cooked. Purple tunnel carbine, Omega tier. Yeah, definitely. Oh, when does it get smoother? Sometimes the fabled one take guardsman does like show up occasionally. Recording and streaming at the same time. Let's play hard mode, brother. My brother and God Emperor. Oh yeah, dude, it's not obvious we play true solo, dog. We're like the hardest difficulty ever. Just kidding, it's not even the hardest difficulty in this game. But my tier list time, please. Please work. I'm waiting for the fabled one take. We had a couple one takes already. We already had a couple for the other one. All right. Hey guys, first Regardsman here, and I'll be talking about every single primary weapon in Space Marine 2 Patch 13 for the Purgation update, and tier listing them. Now, we will be comparing the Relic tier with the Heroic tier variants, because a lot of you guys have asked me to do that, and we will be doing that on this list here today as a result. Now, before we get into this, I do want to say that there really isn't like a god-awful primary in Space Marine 2 right now, except for like one, but the big thing here is if you don't want to use like an S tier weapon, you don't have to do that. This is just my opinion, so use whatever you want in your build. So with no further ado, we are going to be doing the number one audible rifle. This weapon's D tier. Dog shit weapon. We hate audible rifle. Actually, we're going to retake this. Fuck. Hey guys, first Regardsman here, and I'll be talking about every single primary weapon in Space Marine 2 Patch 13 for the Purgation update, and tier listing them. Now, since a lot of you have asked me to compare the Relic tier with the Heroic tier, I will be doing that on this list today as well, and I want to say before we even go into this, that there really isn't like a god-awful primary in Space Marine 2 right now, except for one, and if you want to use a like A tier, B tier, C tier weapon, it really does not matter that much at all. It is up to you. All of them are functional, and if you find one weapon, and if you find one, fuck. Hey guys, first Regardsman here, and I'll be talking about every single primary weapon in Space Marine 2 Patch 13 for the Purgation update, and tier listing them. Now, a lot of you have asked me to compare the Relic tier with the Heroic tier, so I will be doing that today, and I want to say before we even get into this, that there really is no like god-awful primary in Space Marine 2 right now, except for one, and if you want to use like a C tier, B tier, A tier weapon, you can definitely do that. Use whatever gun you think is the most fun. That is up to you. This is just my opinion on how strong they are in comparison to each other. And that's not to say they're all bad if they're in like the C tier and stuff like that. So with no further ado, we're going to start off with the auto bolt rifle. This is the worst weapon in the entire game, probably. This weapon is so bad because it has a limited perk tree. It's like just overall ammo economy is pretty shit for like any class but the tactical. If you take this thing on Tech Marine, you're like kind of trolling yourself to the point that like I kind of forget this weapon's actually on Tech Marine sometimes. And the only reason this weapon is pretty much ever functional is because the tactical class is so strong on his perk tree selection that kind of makes up for like the god awful damage here. But pretty much every single other weapon in the game is better than this at the moment. And this weapon's actually so bad that this is supposed to be like the combi melt over here is supposed to be a heroic variant of the auto bolt rifle. However, the auto bolt rifle tree is so dog shit. They put this one as a bolt rifle variant because it just makes more sense there to actually use the perk tree. And this one, for that reason, goes directly in the D tier. It's the worst weapon. There really is no reason to use this, but if you want to, you definitely can. Next weapon here is the Stalker Bolt Rifle. This is the premier DMR of the game. This one is available on the Tactical and Sniper class, and the headshot damage here is very strong. You can nuke down Zoanthropes and Neurothropes very easily with this weapon, especially in patch 13, because the Neurothropes got an HP debuff in this patch, and now the Stalker Bolt Rifle just kind of nukes them harder than ever. I would say this one firmly goes in the A tier. There are some points where I do think some other weapons are really good in the headshot, just like this one is, like the Marksman Carbine I'll get into later, and even though this one is very strong on the headshot and CHP recovery, the horde clear here is obviously lacking, and like unless you have a powerful secondary or you're playing with the sniper class, that can sometimes hurt the tactical, but overall, A tier weapon for sure. Definitely nukes down Majoris, Extremis, and the Terminus at times as long as you land those headshots. And next weapon here is the Heavy Bolt Rifle. Now, in patch 13, all of the bolter weapons have better body shot damage. They changed around a bunch of the headshot damage calcs on this, and because of that, the Heavy Bolt Rifle feels pretty good right now. I would say it's not like quite in the A tier. I wouldn't say it's like on the level of a Marksman Carbine, standard bolt carbine options, stuff like that. It's just a Heavy Bolt Rifle is much stronger than before. I think it is a solid weapon in the game, and on the tactical class with the Crack and Penetrate round perk, for 50% bonus body shot damage, this one feels pretty damn good, and the headshot damage is also quite decent, and the CHP recovery is decent as well. So for that reason, B tier. If you want to move this one up into A tier, I think that's pretty fair. I'm not going to argue with you there, but in my opinion, This one's B. Next weapon here is the Oculus Bolt Carbine. This is another weapon I think is kind of like middle of the road. The headshot multiplier version of this is by far the best in my opinion. It does perform pretty well on the Tech Marine and the Vanguard class, but that being said, I do think there are better options for both of those classes with things like the Marksman Carbine on the Vanguard or the Standard Bolt Carbine, and on the Tech Marine especially, you have the Deathwatch Heroic Heavy Bolt Rifle, or just some of his better options here with stuff like the Bolt Rifle and stuff like that, or Combi Melta. So Oculus Bolt Carbine, not bad, not terrible, I would say, or excuse me, not great, not terrible. I would say B tier for now. It's pretty strong, you know. If you want to take this for headshot damage, it is quite good in the zone thropes. It does have a very accurate fire just because of the scope on top of the accuracy variant having that headshot buff as well. So if you want to take this, you definitely can. I would just put it in the B. The next weapon here is the automatic bolt carbine. This weapon's contested health recovery is incredible in Space Marine 2. This is one of the best weapons in the entire game for Chaos because of that, because as long as you have ammunition here, you just don't really lose your HP. Like, if anything lowers your CHP down by like 90%, all you have to do is just hold down the trigger and you will get back your HP as long as you land those headshots. And the hip fire here with perks like Home Precision that reduce your maximum weapon spread by 50% is basically a laser beam. The Bolt Carbine feels really good in this game right now. I'd say this is one of the better options overall in the entire game. So A tier for sure, very strong option. If you want to take this on like any class it's available on, you can't go wrong. And as of patch 13, with crack and penetrator rounds on the tactical, you will just shred through the Minoris enemies on absolute hard strats to like an absurd degree. It is super fun to do, so if you haven't tried that, you definitely should. Next weapon here is the Carpal Tunnel Machine, the Marksman Carbine. Now, the Marksman Carbine has a really powerful variant as of like patch 12 onward. Back in patch 12, they buffed up the base damage of the ammo reserve option, and now it's just like the de facto go-to version for this gun because it has like double the magazine capacity of the headshot multiplier version. It has almost equivalent damage to the headshot multiplier version on the actual headshot, and also has a tremendous ammo reserve. And for that reason, I think this one's up in the A. I think it's much stronger than it used to be. I used to put it down like B back in like patch 11, but these days, the Carpal Tunnel Machine, that is its major downside. The CHP recovery here is pretty high. The damage is great. The ammo economy is phenomenal. The ammo economy on this gun is actually so good, you do not need to take like any ammo regen perks on it to do well with it. So a really powerful option, up in the A. Next weapon here is the Bolt Sniper. I would say the Bolt Sniper is okay. I might put this one in the C. It does like one-shot zone throws with the proper setup occasionally, but let's be real. If you are taking a Bolt Sniper, you're probably taking the Heroic one, because the Heroic one is just like a strict upgrade to this one, in my opinion. The only downside is that this one has a way worse ammo economy if you don't land your headshots. That's really more of a skill issue. And if you do feel like less comfortable with landing headshots, this one is definitely better, but the performance is significantly worse. I would say if you're planning on using a sniper, it's not the Heroic Bolt Sniper, I'd probably just take the last Fusel, and for that reason, Bolt Sniper probably goes down to C. It's not bad. Like, you know, you can one-shot zone thropes, like I said. You can do tremendous damage to neurothropes, and as long as you're able to manage your ammo economy with your Versatile Precision Prestige perk, it is pretty good. I just think there are better sniper options in the game, like the next one with the last Fusel. The last Fusel is still a top tier weapon in Space Marine 2 for both Chaos and Tyranids. I think this weapon is very powerful. I would think this is the first S tier we have on the list. It may not be as strong as every other weapon I would put on the S tier, but if you build for like a beam amplification on a radius on your beam, and also build for ammo economy, you can have a very strong headshot weapon on top of a very ammo efficient weapon that will also heal you or give itself a damage buff. Last Fusel has been a top tier option since Space Marine 2 came out, and it really has not changed, and pretty much every variant of this is quite powerful. And if you combine this weapon with the Argent Edge on top of like a targeted shot, it is super strong. And in fact, the rate of fire version can get so high, you can get 2 shots off of the 75% damage buff if you are quick with the proper perk setup. So really strong, S tier for sure. Next weapon here is the standard bolt rifle. This is not the grenade launcher portion, this is just the normal one. I would say this one is also like C tier. There is really no reason to take this over like the heavy bolt rifle, in my opinion, or the Marksman Carbine, or Bolt Carbine, or Stalker Bolt Rifle. It is super middle of the road. They did buff it up a couple times. The ×2 headshot multiplier version is okay. So like if you want to say because of that ×2 headshot accuracy variant, it goes into B, that is pretty fair, but I think there are just better options now, and the better option, in my opinion, would be the grenade launcher. The grenade launcher bolt rifle is, in my opinion, S tier, because grenades in Space Marine 2, when you fire off a single grenade in this game, you will get back like all of your contested health instantaneously, and this weapon is available on two of the squishiest classes in all of Space Marine 2, being the Tech Marine and Tactical. Now, Tech Marine Space Marine 2 has the lowest HP total in the entire game, tied with the Sniper class. However, unlike the Sniper class, you do not have a proper health damage reduction. So when your armor breaks and you are knocked over on Tech Marine, having an option like this to just one shot an enemy with a grenade and get back all of your health is incredibly valuable for you. This is a S tier weapon for sure, and in the siege mode, you can just buy ammo boxes on tack over and over with this gun, and the perk tree is set up a little bit better than the heroic heavy bolt rifle in my opinion for grenade spam, and because of that, S tier for sure. I think like that CHP recovery and AoE damage nuking potential is just godly, and there are also some bugs of this weapon like crack and penetrator perks right now that kind of break it, but even without that, it's still up here in my opinion. Next weapon here is the Instigator Carbine. I think this one is like C tier. The only problem is that you pretty much never need the Instigator Carbine relic tier options because the heroic version is just so much better in this game. This one has higher DPS. It fits the playstyle of Instigator Carbine far more because the Instigator Carbine is like a close to medium range weapon. This one is on Vanguard, it is on the Sniper class, and usually if you were taking these weapons, it is because you were building for things like Tactical Ambush or obviously your Grapnel Launcher, and the Wrapped Instigator is super accurate at like medium to close range anyways, and the only place this really outperforms this one is at long range, but you're not taking this for long range regardless, because if you're going for a long range build on a Sniper class, you're probably not taking an Instigator Carbine. You're probably taking a Bolt Sniper. You're probably taking a Stalker Bolt Rifle. You're probably taking a Last Fusel. So for that reason, I would say this one goes down to C because it is totally power crept by the Wrapped Instigator Carbine. Now, this brings us to the Melter Rifle. The Melter Rifle is still a amazing gun in Space Marine 2. It's also one of the easiest guns to use in the entire game because it gives you HP back off of things like rapid health. You have armor regen off the perk trick shot every 30 seconds. And this one is also a very ammo efficient weapon because on its best perk tree setup, you have the perk Decisive Reload that will give you one ammo back every single execute when this weapon is equipped, which is super strong for Vanguard that has no other ammo regen perks that are remotely as good. So for that reason, I think the Melter Rifle goes up into A. It is great for staggering chaos. It is amazing on Tactical and Vanguard, and there are also a ton of ways to build this in like your actual perk tree for the class because you can take things like Emperor's Judgment on the Tactical class and do just fine with this weapon because it is just not ammo efficient on its own. And also the Horde Clear here and CHP recovery is top tier, and for new players especially, this is a top tier option. So I would say A tier for sure. And this brings us into the big brother of the Malta rifle here, which is the multi-Malta. Multi-Malta's S tier. I don't think anyone's gonna disagree with that. There was a bug with this, or like a unintended perk interaction, where you could just go into heavy stance and go out of your heavy stance and just double fire this because they were on separate cooldowns for your shots. So basically, you would enter heavy stance, fire one shot, exit heavy stance, and fire one shot immediately after, or vice versa, which was like pretty goofy, pretty broken. They nerfed that a while back. But that being said, the multi-Melta was already S tier before that was even a thing. So I would still say it goes up in the top tree here. This just kind of trivializes content in Space Marine 2 because the heavy class is just so tanky that when you stack on a fat weapon like this to just horde clear and AoE stagger enemies relentlessly, it's just ridiculous. And the only thing this kind of struggles with is boss damage. But that being said, you don't care that much because you have like a pocket plasma pistol with a heroic plasma that you can definitely use instead of like having your primary be your main boss killer. And for that reason, I think the multi-Melta is still up in the S tier. And this kind of makes up for like any CHP regen you would have. And in patch 13 especially, if you are taking the multi-Melta, you're probably going to take the heroic plasma pistol, which is just like, a secondary heavy plasma incinerator. So really strong for that. Now, the next weapon here is the heavy plasma. Heavy plasma is, in my opinion, still S. The only thing holding this weapon back is the balanced parry window and the ammo economy. The ammo economy here is shit. Let's be very clear, guys. The ammo economy on this gun is not very strong. You very much have to build into that, and even with the ammo economy perks on heavy, you will still struggle occasionally, but the damage here is incredible. All the variants are quite strong. I would say the weakest one is probably the venting speed version, but the magazine capacity and rate of fire version top tier weapons in Space Marine 2. Even the common shots on this thing without like the charge shots for AoE are still very powerful. And this one, just like its heroic variant I'll get into later, are both top tier weapons. And if you're trying to nuke enemies, it's just a big fat gun. There's a big fat amount of damage. And that's really all you need in Space Marine 2 in a lot of cases. The next weapon here is definitely not S tier, and that is the Pyre Cannon. This is, in my opinion, the worst heavy stance weapon in Space Marine 2 currently, and I'll explain why. So basically, the Pyre Cannon requires you as a heavy to just sit there and like dump out fire over and over, and that is pretty effective. Burn is still a very strong effect in patch 13. They did nerf it by like 20% against the terminus enemies, but that being said, your burn damage against bosses is still incredible because a 20% nerf on the burn damage is not that important in Space Marine 2, to be honest. It feels more like the weapon is just functioning how it should, because before it was just kind of nuts how much damage you can do just off of like one burn volley. But the Pyre Cannon is far worse than its cousin, the Pyroblaster, mainly because the class synergy with Heavy is just not quite there, because the Heavy class in general, he is just not able to sit there and just absorb this, because every single other weapon on the Heavy class has way better contested health recovery on its Heavy stance. Like Multi-Melt will get you your HP back. You are able to sit there and dump out shots because you are tanky and you're recovering your CHP. Heavy Plasma is the same way with common shots, and the Heroic Heavy Bolter and Heavy Bolter are also like that. This weapon's contested health recovery is very low, which means in a lot of cases, you will just have to like move away and like not shoot out your full volley because you're just going to die if you do. So for that reason, I would say this one goes in like B. I think it's one of the weaker options in the game currently for the heavy stance. The burn damage is obviously top tier, so if you want to put this up in A, you can. But if you want burn damage, I would just take the next weapon instead, which is the Pyroblaster. This one got nerfed on the burn damage, just like the Pyre Cannon did, but that being said, it's still S tier. Pyroblaster is still one of the best guns in the entire game. It will still just purge everything in Space Marine 2 for you on like hard strats and absolute difficulty. The places this falls off is like in siege mode at times because the damage reduction of the enemies is kind of nuts. But that being said, Pyroblaster is just that gun. I mean, all you have to do on tactical is just walk around, purge enemies. If you ever lose your HP because you're a tactical class, you just pull out a rate of fire plasma pistol and immediately go back to burning all the enemies. And also, the burn damage here will be upped by your Auspex scan. So like this weapon alone is why Promethean prices went up by like 50 billion%, because it is just that broken. It's been top tier ever since patch 10, even with a burn nerf. It's still godly because all it has to do is just purge enemies, and all you have to do is just walk around and hip fire and you'll kill everything. So S tier for sure, top tier option, probably the overall best weapon in the entire game, but you know, that's just my opinion. Next weapon here is the Heavy Bolter. This weapon is the relic tier option. I would say this one goes up into the A tier. I think it's pretty good. I think there's not much reason to use this over the Chains of Duty, but there are some like damage buffs you can do here. There are also some accuracy buffs. So like as opposed to the Instigator Carbine that's down the C tier because it is completely power crept by the Wrapped Instigator, this one is actually, it does have some use case scenarios where you would want this over your heroic one sometimes for like some niche stuff. And because of that, I would say the Heavy Bolter goes up into A. And the thing about this gun is, in patch 13, all the bolter buffs, they also apply to this weapon for the body shot damage as well, and all the heavy bolters feel way better now, and because of that, I think it firmly belongs in the A, as it always has, but it's even better than it used to be, so I'm putting it up top. Next weapon here is the Plasma Incinerator Primary. This weapon got buffed on the charge shot damage and the common shot damage in patch 13, and it is really strong now. Double plasma on tactical is very powerful with range damage buffs like plasma boost, and I would actually go as far to say this weapon might belong in like the S tier. It's like, it's really fucking strong, guys. It might, maybe A tier's more fair, but plasma's been held back for so long in Space Marine 2. I'm gonna give its time in the sun. It's the sun. I'm gonna give its time in the sun. It's gonna go up here into the S tier. This weapon is really strong right now. This was the worst weapon on Tech Marine for a long time. It feels way better on him as well. The contested health recovery, the ability to just damage enemies on the common shot. That common shot buff really helped out things like transhuman physiology on the tactical as well. It gives you a 30% increase on your contested health recovery on range attacks. And because of that, the AoE damage of these new common shots, you can survive against like Hormigaunt hordes by just spamming light combos with a hip fire. A really fun option. I'm going to put it at the bottom of S tier because it's a good gun. Someone say about it. It's a good gun. If you want to use this on any class, you definitely can. Next weapon here is our first heroic option with the Wrapped Instigator Carbine. This one is A tier. The DPS of this thing is very high if you land all your headshots. All you have to do is just like point blank shoot enemies like tip of the spear on a Vanguard. You can like one combo Majora's with this gun on the sniper class, a targeted shot on like the ranged enemies like Rubric Marines, or with the Vanguard if you grapple to them and just like one burst them. This one has a 5-round burst as opposed to the 3-round burst here, but also has a higher base damage. It means your overall DPS is significantly higher on this one than the one down here, and the ammo economy is also quite strong. So top tier option, A tier for sure. Next weapon here is the Rapid Bolt Sniper Rifle. This is the best weapon on the sniper class, in my opinion, if you hit every headshot. Now, 99% of players are not going to do that, so I would still say the last Fusel can be better for them, but Bolt Sniper Rifle, S tier for sure. This one just one-shots no one throws. It one-shots everything, okay? If you hit your headshots, you just one-shot literally everything in Space Marine 2. All you have to do is just run around or use remote threat and just one-shot Majora's over and over and over. The only time this one sucks is on Chaos against like Chaos Spawn, stuff like that. But that being said, Rat Bolt Sniper Rifle, definitely up here in the S tier. I'm going to put it like right here with Last Fusel. I think they're pretty comparable to each other, but the Bolt Sniper Rifle, its damage output is like unmatched if you actually use the proper headshots. Next weapon here is the Chains of Duty Heroic Heavy Bolter. This one is also S tier, in my opinion. I think this one's actually better than all the other heavy weapons because at the moment, for operations and hard stratagems, having a fencing parry window with this newly buffed heavy bolter is incredible because Chains of Duty has 2 major buffs to it, actually 3. So number one, you have a fencing parry window with this weapon on the heavy class, which like already puts it way above like balanced weapon options, but you also get a 50% increased parry window on top of that, making it very powerful against Chaos Spawn versus Chaos. And on top of all of that, you also get a 0 startup on your maximum fire rate. So the standard heavy bolter here, when you pull down the trigger, you have to build up to your max fire rate. This one goes off immediately from like 0 to 100. So very powerful option for that. That lets you get a tremendous amount of damage out, which is super nice. And I would say overall, Chains of Duty just makes all the missions go far more smoothly. And like the only time I would take other options is like maybe in the siege mode or for like unique hard strats. But this one's overall the best in my opinion. The next weapon here is the Combi Melta. This weapon's like firmly B tier. I think this one's pretty good. It has a place in the game. The Melta portions here are only better than like the grenade launcher sometimes for the hard strats and operations because you are able to get back all of your Melta rounds off of a single ammo cache. Grenade launchers will only get back from loadout stations and stuff like the ammo boxes on the map, which isn't too bad, but like this one especially, much better on the ammo economy and pretty good for triggering like rapid health perk effects, but not super strong on the gun portion, and the CHP recovery here is not quite as high as the grenade launcher. Next weapon here is the Heroic Heavy Plasma. This one is also S tier. This is just a full auto plasma that never overheats pretty much if you like reload after every shot, and the CHP recovery and AoE of your common shots on the heavy plasma is very strong. The only thing that sucks about this weapon, like all heavy plasma options, is the god awful ammo economy, and because of that, I would say you gotta be a little careful with this one, or like build into like more particular perk trees on the heavy class, like additional supplies. But even with that being said, it's very strong up here in the S because it pretty much is just like an alternative to the heavy plasma, so they're pretty equivalent to each other. Next weapon here is the Heroic Heavy Bolt Rifle Death Watch. This one, I kind of have to put this up in the S. Like, this is pretty comparable. It's just a grenade launcher heavy bolt rifle, okay? And on the Tech Marine, that is the best gun in the entire game for him, in my opinion. Like, it's either that or, like, one of these two. Let's put it this way. Tech Marine, best option for him is either grenade launcher bolt rifle or grenade launcher death watch. Pick your poison. They're both top tier options. And it turns out, all it takes to get a heavy bolt rifle from the B tier into the S tier is attaching a giant fucking grenade launcher to it. So, I would say it firmly goes up here. S tier for sure. Deathwatch Heavy Bolt Rifle is a top tier option in Space Marine 2. It's not very strong on the heavy class, mainly because it doesn't benefit from heavy stance perks. But that being said, if you want to take this gun to like level up the heavy class, tactical, and tech marine simultaneously, you can definitely do that. And that's pretty much all there is for this tier list, guys. I think this is a pretty fair ranking. You know, none of these guns are like particularly bad, like Bolt Sniper Rifle, Bolt Rifle, Instigator Carbine, Auto Bolt Rifle even. You can use these. They just struggle more than some of the other ones do. And you guys can let me know what you guys think should be in like the S tier, A tier, or B tier, and which weapon is your favorite. But if you like content like this, subscribe for more. If you watch me live to ask me questions about the game or just come hang out, you find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description. I'll also have a link to my community Discord. And as always, thank you for watching. Take it easy. Bye. Okay. See, I told you one take guardsmen exist. I told the people of the chat, dude. I told them all. I mean, a chapter master tier list. Auto bolt rifle slander, dude. Does anything else exist for that weapon? I'm not sure. I'm not so sure, chat. Good job, thank you. I think we went over everything pretty well there, I think. Pretty well. About as reasonably well as one can expect. Good job, thank you, brother. Have you got a knife for the heavy bolter? Yeah. So let's see, do custom strats even work anymore? I'm new here. What's up? I'm a new player, and I found your YouTube channel. YouTube, really appreciate your content. Leveling heavy first and Prestige 1 since yesterday. Got myself the plasma pistol. I'm currently torn between heroic heavy bolter and or heavy plasma incinerator for the next one. Do you have any tips or thoughts on that matter? I think the heroic heavy bolter is definitely better for players. Definitely better. Okay. ASMR stream when? Oh, it's coming, bro. Oh, it's coming, chat. You play the Hammer War? Fuck yeah, bro. And once again, YouTube chat, if you're not on Twitch, come to Twitch for the drops. WTLS, my guy, Transmute Physiology on Plasma sounds like heavy. It is pretty good. Pretty fucking good. Let's talk about some other stuff, too. I used to watch on YouTube. Well, now you're here in the promised land. Welcome. Welcome, brother. Okay. You can get through the strategies this week? Hell yeah, bro. It's rough. It's rough sometimes. We're gonna take here. I don't know, bro. Do not know. All right, boys. Let's lock in again for another recording. Hello there, Mr. FTG. What's up, Pomic? Hello, guys. How y'all doing? It is time, chat. You see the custom stratagems for your cap? Yeah, you can. Okay. Sorry about all that, guys. Now we actually have to play the fucking game. Who would have thought? Let's do a Vanguard build. You guys like these? Space Wolves? Heroic Instigator Carbine? Inferno Pistol? I think we do. Okay, let's just do this. Hold on, let's go in. All right, chat. Let's go play the Inferno pistol one. I jump on Twitch to give a bunch of ads. Good morning, by the way. Yeah, on Twitch there are drops, and they turn drop ads are always nuts, but that's how it goes.
Lost contact with my...
Barbara Tank, thank you for the Prime.
Finally, a proper hunt.
Alright, boys, here we are. Live in game. Well, why is the video res so small? I mean, it says mobile stream, dude. That's why.
Traitors to be relieved.
The Emperor's will is done. Wounding magazine. Heretic forces approaching.
He goes all for the primes, holy shit. Hey guys, we're trying to hit that plus goal on Twitch, so if you have any primes and you were so kind as to deliver the Jeff Bezos experience, that would definitely help if you want to support me. If not, don't worry about it. Ain't no problem at all.
Fresh magazine in.
But we religiously love the Bezos. The only, you know, a Prime sub is the only free thing Jeff Bezos has ever given out to anybody. That and like taking William Shatner's face. IFG, you play incredible. Thanks, bro.
Alien trespassers.
Oh, fuck.
Thousand
Fucker.
Sons win.
Okay, that didn't work. Why I hate melee terminators, dude.
My resolve cannot be tainted. Changing magazine. That one calls for reinforcements. Heresy led you to this end. Rearming.
We waste time in this filth.
I don't know why this map always lags my frames a bit.
Deploying advanced tactics. The Hellspawn shambles no more. Reloading.
We waste time in this filth.
We have shattered its spear. Rearming. Sorcery claws at my senses. I love.
You have a day job, FTG? Dude. This is my day job.
The water moves us though it is alive. We waste time in this filth it lodges. Gently.
You think I would have time to play this game if I didn't have it? I'd either be incredibly unemployed or... literally zero free. I don't think I could. I don't think it'd be possible.
Changing magazine.
Yeah, I'm employed and I find the time, so yeah, you find the time while employed to play 5,000 hours of Space Marine 2. I don't think so. I don't think you can find that time.
We waste time in this
We are totally out. See, this is the peak of retribution right here.
Resist.
My blade has been hindered too long.
He runs a power scaling website where he debates either better Jake Sully or Avatar or Sasuke from One Piece. I think I'm gonna change this build around a little bit. Hold on, we're gonna go for ammo. If we already have ammo, we kind of just cooked ourselves, I guess. Let's see here. Got back by the mission then because we're changing the build. Alright, so we did take ammo there. I guess we were on the right build. We just ran out. That is awkward. It's a hard spot. I thought we had the different perks for you on. I guess not. Okay. Maybe the Prime, Ring Wraith. I will do it again. You guys, we're doing better this time for real, okay?
We have lost contact with the Mechanicus facility in the Kadaku swamps. Nozick's research is still inside. Long-range auspex reveals a significant Tyranid presence converging on the site. Viridian.
What do you think will be the new class? Chaplain.
Xenos tracks.
Chaplain, most likely.
They are near. Heretics! I will tear them apart!
Focus on that monstrosity. This monstrosity's target seeks to mobilize reinforcements. Eliminate it. Changing magazine. 1,000 suns left.
Maybe what a chaplain will do. Well, they have like a crozier attack instead, or like a weapon. It's pretty cool.
Into the fray. Justice, returning against your brother's traitor. Escalating conflict. Rearming.
FTG Remembrancer and Chill. We could play Remembrancer later. I'd do this first though. That'd be good. I have a lot of stuff I have to do today though, so I'm not so sure.
Fresh magazine in.
And back in a while, homie. How you been? Pretty good, brother. How you doing? All right, let's do this.
We waste time in this filth.
W ban, I mean, W ban. You can work for it.
Magazine. Our foe will not best us with numbers.
I got CH in here.
Closing the gap. Changing magazine. Squirm until your end. Fresh munitions.
We waste time in this filth.
Rearming. All gear engaged. Ravener. Watch the ground. Moving into range.
Sure, Space Marine chapter, Blood Angels.
Disgrace. Rearming.
Water moves as though it is alive. We waste time in this filth. It launches. That's clear.
Silence that vermin's call. More of its foul breath. Sorcery claws at my senses. Fresh magazine in. Pathetic tyranny of bondage. Right now, that spearman.
We waste time in this filth.
Ravener down. Swapping
Wait, we don't even have. Fuck, we have to restart again. We have the Space Wolf voice on. I was wondering about like, what am I missing? Oh yeah, my voice for my Space Wolf guy. Duh. Duh. There's a new bug on part of the defensive mechanic on Bulwark. Yeah, I know about the tactical one too. Somebody told me about that yesterday, but whatever. I don't really care that much. You see on Discord? Yeah, I saw. I can't right now. I can't. We are busy.
lost contact with the Mechanicus facility in the Kadaku swamps. Nozick's research is still in sight. Long-range specs reveals a significant Tyranid presence converging on the site. Viridian, your objective is to investigate, purge the Xenos, and reclaim the facility. Xenos tracks. They are near. Heretics! I will tear them apart!
Get another one here. I'll take the bomb. Granted, we don't have consecutive execution on this build, but that's okay.
For fine target practice. The Cravens hide in the vilest places. Silence the one who calls for them. Shatter the spear of that sanguine. Pathetic mutant.
FTGL one's suspicion compared to the others. This one's honestly about the same size. It just feels longer because there's a lot more going on in it, I feel. There's sometimes where it's taking a bit longer, but not significantly. Poor little cultist just got obliterated by an Inferno Pistol. Now this first portion here is a bit of an ammo drought. It can be kind of annoying, but what are you gonna do? we go. I should say that melted bomb, huh? Boy, Chapter Master, what's Dr. Finn? What's up, Dr. Finn? I should Church Nasty there, but I should have done. That's okay though. Let's watch this with my pros account for a couple hours and I get the drops. Yes, sir. What do you do? And I do this. I run super long streams every single major patch. So if you want your drops, this place to be every time. As is tradition at the FCG household. Where we only play SM2. Grab the ammo. Kick that dude in the face over there. Dude, I knew melt the bomb.
Authorization accepted. Invoking rights of unsealing. Estimated duration unknown. Warning: the Xenos biosignatures converging in this position.
I will pile the Xenos corpses high.
100% one-shot tenacity perk.
At last, the traitors will regret their trespass. I will not rest while the traitors breathe.
Eek.
I will not rest while the traitors breathe.
I guess we're gonna kill them all, huh? Class is actually pretty good at this.
Smells like fresh munitions. Do not get caught.
Alright, see ya. I guess you shut the door on him. That's all you gotta do, shut the door on him. Simple as.
Traitors fought here. Human bodies do not vanish without cause. The dead were harvested. Viridian, I have received your Auspex readings. Your new orders are to advance to the Archmago's data vault and purge any remaining data, sealed or otherwise. The traitors cannot recover even a fragment. Deny the Thousand Sons everything. Gladly.
You're obedient to my words. You will die in ignorance. You are benighted curse.
So long, bro. He was walking that guy, I'll swear that.
And soon forgotten.
What's the cap for the weekly accolades? 450? Something like that. Pretty high now.
We give them
It's pretty high now.
corpses.
The data vault remains sealed. The consciousness array suffers affliction. Scratch the ID codes on the source of the other side guides the faithful to truth.
This place lacks servitors. Find the broken machine.
So the consoles are up here. Up in the top floor. Makes it pretty easy.
Where is the broken one? Arming up! Harpooning gate! Pathetic demon slaves! Where is the broken one? What needs grappling? Where is the broken one?
Okay. Melt placement is an art, truly. I guess sometimes it is, isn't it? So everyone has a new class? Yeah, it's probably Chaplain. Probably. Oh, we killed him too fast. Awkward. How many hours do you have in Space Marine 2 so far? Like 5,000. Damn respect, brother. Is that really worthy of respect? Question. Or using the White Scar's chainsword? Yes, we are. That's the best blot chainsword by far right now. By far.
The floating islands. We cross there. My patience for this place wears thin. Swapping out magazine. Eradicate the brothers. One is screaming for help. Silence. Arming up.
Alright, Hellbrew time. This should be fun. Alright, I want to fight him over there. I want to fight him here. Ow. Hit with the balls, dude. That was almost very unfortunate. Almost. That was indeed close. Conviction W. Well, actually, that was just our armor at that point. We didn't have the conviction buff active for that. That protects that like 1% HP.
On to the islands. I am done waiting.
What the fuck? Ace game? Okay. just toss me off the platform for no reason. What the fuck? Can I get up the Can I get up the lift, please? Just sending me off. Do I have to stand the other edge? May have to dodge and not get shifted. Okay, so it's trying to send me off. It's pretty rude.
Nosing slab is ahead. Enough waiting. This is our destination.
Little servants, ever dutiful, ever faithful. Can you hear them? Your precious guardsmen, shrieking as their souls are rent for kindling. I will enjoy watching you move without understanding. You will waste too late.
Objective: destroy the ritual. Shatter the eyes. Break the force fields. What is it to end life? It is an honor to be the executioners of the Emperor. Why do we fight? To deliver mankind from the evil of the Xenos, the mutant, and the heretic.
Smells like fresh munitions.
Another ward falls. No more wards. Point me at the unbuilt to sustain this.
Alright, here.
I will tear it apart. Seize the altar now.
Your archmaker's gleams forbidden truths. He saw through the corpse emperor's lies. Cut your own flesh.
brother. You have sharpened my edge, brothers. I will cut down the arch-enemy until my last breath.
Oh, there we go.
Viridian, Auspex confirms the rift is collapsing. Heretic warp signatures are dissipating across the battlefield. Exemplary work. Return to the Resilient.
Alright guys, I will be right back, and then we'll do a guide for that one probably. Alright. Look, guys, I had to grab some food because I'm fucking starving. Okay, yeah, I put some video about today. I came over for them watching Clank at the Twitch from your pros account, and then start watching. Yeah, so guys, everyone on YouTube, come over to Twitch, or if you want your drops. That's how you get the Victory Scarred armor. They've been drip feeding us pretty much, and then the easiest way, really. Okay. Let me get the link for you guys. So this is the link to your pros account. The one on Twitch is broken right now. So if you link your account there and go to your account details, that is how you link your accounts for the pros drops. Usually they don't do this anymore, but here. Baker chicken, dude. Chicken. Of the bird. We partake in meat of the bird.
Maintenance takes priority. No weapon is more important.
Nah, I disagree. Well, you know what, dude? If you only fuck with steak, bro, that's okay. We respect you. I fuck with chicken, though. I don't fuck chickens, though. Let's be clear. Duck, dude. A duck is exclusively a Christmas meat. Get on my site. That sounded wrong. You're right, Sid. I do. Hold on. I do both. Okay. SG had a complete unassailable execution, perform 5 consecutive executions without taking health damage. I'm pretty sure I just did that one on accident. This one? Where is it? Yeah, this one I did on accident. Just play the game, I guess. The easiest build for this one is probably Our Fish with armor reinforcement. Okily dokily, boys. It's time to talk about the Vanguard class. Retribution Vanguard? Whoa. With the White Scars Chainsword. There are a few ways you can build this one. Okay. Let us continue. Do you need dedicated heals? I don't think so, dude. You already kind of do in this game. Ah, I'm that one for now.